Dressing double life. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson has details tonight. Good evening, Rich.
Good evening, Brett. Well, former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and now President Trump are responding to a report regarding Noem's husband's alleged
I was just thinking
online
about him.
activities. A spokesperson tells the Daily Mail that she's devastated and that, quote, the family was blindsided by this, and they ask for privacy and prayers at the time. President Trump.
Wait, what? In August 2025, Hicks was appointed chief operating officer of Devil May Care Media, the media company founded by Megyn Kelly, where she's responsible for business development, operations, and expansion of the company's podcast and digital content network.
Okay.
Devil May Care Media? That's...
Trump tells the outlet he knew nothing about it, adding, wow, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad. The Daily Mail...
He's pretending like this isn't the funniest
Wow.
thing. He is, you know he's laughing about this.
Yeah.
He's having himself a laugh.
Keep in mind, the conservatives for decades said that no one could be gay in the government because they would be blackmailed. Now this is the husband of the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, I mean, also, there is no such thing as blackmail anymore. Like, Pete Hegseth is literally an alcoholic therapist. Like, those are the two things that you can't be. Well, there's three things, right? Gambling addict, alcoholic, and are like the three things that they're supposed to look for were security clearances because it opens up opportunities for blackmail. But Republicans figured out that if you're just shameless, then you can't be blackmailed. They're like, yeah, and we're alcoholics and we have gambling debt. Who gives a right?
Yeah. What could you blackmail one of these guys with? Like secret woke posts that they made?
No, I was thinking about this with like the whole did Donald Trump suck off Bill Clinton? I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, something like really weird like that. Because
like pedophilia is fine for a lot of these guys, especially if it's like you know, a girl and an old man, because they're also pedophiles. Like these are the types of people who are like really creepy around their daughter's friends.
Right.
So they can see themselves in the shoes of like, you know, the elite that they admire doing pedophilia, but they can't see themselves sucking Bill Clinton. So that was what I was thinking. Like the fact that it's you know, a hated Democrat, and also you're the one giving the job rather than receiving it.
What if Zell Miller is, you know, and you're Trump. And you're like, this is kind of bad. Like, you're using teeth. I'm not going to... I can just finish myself off in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And he's like, my family has been presidents for generations. I challenge you to a duel.
The Democrats, I mean, the Republicans have the same standards of the Turkish military. It's like, if you're bottoming... If you're topping a Democrat, it's not gay. It's powerful. If you're bottoming a Democrat, then it's unacceptable.
Well, did you know that's like the clearance test for Q-level clearance?
Yeah, that's how they figure it out. It's like top or bottom.
Well, they like you have to do both, and if you like being rated, they're like, all right,
and we can't.
They're like, it's like an umpire. They're like, you're out.
Yeah,
but if you know, you're like, I don't like this, but it's for my job.
It's for the country.
Yeah, you're fine.
Alleges it obtained hundreds of messages between Brian Noem and three women involved in a site where men cross-dress. The Mail posted several of these photos and writes, Brian Noem allegedly sent women in the community $25,000 in virtual payments. The publication says Brian Noem did not deny the explicit conversations, but says he never put national security at risk while his wife was secretary, setting up a potential blackmail situation. Quote, yeah, I made no comments like that. That would lead to that. Brian Noem operates a crop insurance agency. He and Kristi Noem married in 1992. They have 3 adult-age children. Earlier this month, President Trump ousted Secretary Noem from her role leading the Homeland Security Department after congressional hearings where she had difficulty answering whether she was having an affair with top aide Corey Lewandowski. With her husband seated behind her, she also faced questions.
I could have done such a better job with them. A better job here as like a spin doctor.
Oh, I thought you were saying like with the titties.
No.
In my mind, I'm still thinking like you're bimbifying.
No,
you're bimbifying Brian Noem.
No. Oh, no disrespect there. I think I have a really bad frame for that. I have like, even if I had like a great.
Okay. It's like, you can tell this from like 2014. Okay.
This was awesome back then.
Yeah. Do you understand how sick this looked in 2014? No, you don't, because you were protein in your father's back then.
Chat, you should see all the maroon denim I was wearing back then.
Yeah.
You'd have a laugh at me, but then you'd if there was such thing as a time machine, me and you would go back. You'd be wearing your whatever crap. You'd be wearing like an Ohego hoodie, whatever that stuff is.
Ohego.
Oh, yeah. You'd be like, isn't this cool? And all the girls in the spiritual gangster hoodies would go, you're disgusting. I'm going to write an article about you. And then they'd see my maroon denim and make a beeline for me.
Kirsty Noem said her family's blindsided by revelations her husband is a cross-dresser and gay. That isn't true. She knew all about her husband, which is why she lives with Corey Lewandowski in the D.C. area. That's why her husband never divorced her. It was their arrangement. Literally everyone in the admin has known this forever. I'm shocked it didn't come out earlier. They can divorce and move on and live the lives without keeping secrets. I feel bad for Corey's wife. She's the widow of a firefighter who was killed on 9/11. Okay, Laura Loomer being weirdly woke. Also, they can divorce and move on and live their free lives. Like, you're Laura Loomer. What do you mean?
Yeah. It's also
why does she have smoke for? I don't know. Why does she not like Kirsty Noem?
I don't know. Maybe she just thinks she made Trump look bad.
Or maybe she did not want another woman in Trump's orbit. She wanted to be the only free spirit, Laura.
She does seem like one of those women that just like hates women.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
for sure.
That's stressful being around that.
Important context for
Women,
the story.
you better like women.
Okay, dude.
Or I'm calling the principal. Laura, why don't you mind your own damn beeswax? Do you think this is like she uses the same site?
What Laura Loomer does?
Yeah, she's like, how do I look?
just as is, and everyone's like bad.
Yeah.
And everyone's like really bad. You should stop that. Okay,
what's wrong with this?
Okay, I don't know why they're posted
Using
on my
a steampunk pair of binoculars. He didn't make them.
On Kristi Noem's husband's big ass.
They had some kind of an agreement, or there was some kind of an understanding. It was clearly not a secret to him.
My favorite thing is Kristi Noem.
I love them so much. I love
Dude,
Kyle.
they make me so happy.
I see Kyle. Like, I love that he just never gave up on the blonde thing. He just one day he was like, I'm gonna go blonde, and he never stopped.
He's I love them together. Like, I'm not joking. Like,
same.
It's hard to believe in love in this world.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
I love that he also wears the dangly earring still, like the hook earring still to this day.
Dude, is this not the dream of the 90s?
Yeah.
This shit right here. I love it. When I found out they were together, I like cheered. Dude, love does not last long in this world, and especially in this business.
In this industry, especially.
Dude, especially. You got two pure spirits right there. Like, no, seriously, no joke. God bless them both.
So shocked. And then she says, everybody needs to pray for us. Pray for you? How does that prayer go? Dear Lord, please help Kristi Noem's husband to stop off to big ass.
Kyle.
I love him, dude.
Balloon fake. Oh my
Dear
God.
Lord,
They're having
please,
so much fun,
Kristi Noem's
man.
family needs help. He can't stop putting in some big ass. Why would we pray for you?
She said the
Dear Lord, like what? The God's looking through the prayers he gets. Like, okay, kid with cancer, war, family got murdered, and it's like big ass
balloon titties,
husband. He's like, all right, I'm gonna help this one.
hot pants, and balloon titties.
Oh my God, I hate him so much.
Oh my
They're all
God,
so evil.
it's unbelievable.
Where
It
it's like
really
she
is
doesn't wanna
unbelievable.
say that,
So
but he
anyway, I'm sure they're having quite a
They
day.
are on the opposite ends of like the seriousness
Yeah,
spectrum.
but she doesn't want to get that silly, but he pushes her over.
As independent content creators, like Kyle's on the exact opposite lane.
Dude, they put me in such a good mood. I never want to go to a dinner party, but I would with them. I just like them so much, man.
Yeah, they're the best.
They make me so happy. When I saw them together, it felt like something out of Bridgerton.
Yeah.
That's how magical it was.
But no, I guess her comment to the press was like, oh, the family was blindsided, which I wonder, do you think that she really had no idea?
I mean, it's not exactly something like, if you're trying to hide something from somebody, it's not like everybody in the family knows, like the kids are like, there goes dad again. He's walking around the house with his big ass teeth. He's walking around the house with his
Dude, you know, he jumped out of bed. This was like Christmas.
Yeah.
like, Dad.
I'm glad he didn't do another one of his car videos. Like, he got so mad when they were attacking me that he was going like 75 miles on a highway.
Yeah.
75 miles on the leftmost lane, like literally swerving and passing cars, angrily yelling and looking down at his iPad and like reading the quotes. I was like, Kyle, it's fine. You can stop the car. He like had the quotes on his iPad while he was driving.
He's like your King Vaughn.
Yeah,
like
no,
you're
he
Dirk
is.
and he's Vaughn.
No,
like,
he goes so hard
He
in
really
the paint.
does, man.
He was cooking. He got so mad about the Jake Tapper video. He was like blaming Donnie too. I felt a little bad for Donnie because he posted it. Yeah, it was awesome.
No, Donnie's a straight shooter.
Yeah, Donnie's the man. He was just like, well, he also let the comments fly too. He just like didn't, shut off the replies or anything.
I think it's cool. I think it's cool when people do that.
Yeah. What,
Kyle,
Kirsty
Kyle,
Nome
you are
tweet?
the greatest. Crystal too.
Kirsty Nome's husband while she was out back shooting her dog. Oh my god.
You ever seen that video?
This video or the video of
Yeah,
Kirsty
this
Nome?
video.
No, I've never seen this video.
Man, I think it's from like 2016 or something.
Awooga, what a woman, giving Lola Bunny.
Is that Heidi Montag?
I have no idea who this
I
is.
think it is, right? Dude, think about it. Look at that guy just trying to get to work. I feel so bad for him.
Dude, those are so much. Like, that's just...
Wait, do you think they're fake?
I feel like you just gave yourself a bad back for no reason.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. I mean, like, who knows? Like, there are guys who like have a fetish specifically for like ones like that are. The point is they look so fake and like insane. So who knows?
They're real and they're spectacular. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, you could literally knock someone out with that shit. You know what I mean? You could just,
Yeah.
like, that's a weapon. What does she do? Is she a star? Is she like a real housewife or something? Or is she like a star?
a real housewife?
I don't know. Like one of the. Bro, they look like that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Lisa
do.
Rinna's beautiful.
I feel like Real Housewives look
No,
like
Lisa
that.
Rinna's beautiful.
But
Shut
it's
up.
So,
Shut up.
It's
Shut up.
so far
Shut up.
beyond. You're like click away from fans' profile. Click here.
No, Lisa Rinna.
It used to be Brazzers exclusive. If I were okay, yo, this guy just laid it down. Used to be Brazzers exclusive, and then she had a contract dispute with Brazzers, so now she's a free market agent.
He's like a baseball fan. He's like
Yeah.
he's like Shams for basketball.
Yeah,
Lisa Rinna, she's had some work done, but not like pretty tasteful. I think she's gorgeous. I would love to.
like this literally looks like drawn. Like this is how like some horny artist would like draw a woman. Not me, of course.
I'm not lying. That video of Lisa Rinna where she's like, like she's like kind of twerking. That video's hot.
I have no idea what that is.
She's a real housewife.
I love that this video goes on for 2 minutes and 19 seconds, by the way. Oh my God.
Oh, well, okay. Maybe she got a little too much done there.
Oh
But
my
I was
God.
talking- okay. Oh,
Okay, was I off base when I said the Real Housewives look like that?
Man, what did she didn't look like that in that video I saw. No, she didn't. She looked good. All right. Well,
Yeah, she
maybe
looks-
Dr. Christian Troy can that lip stuff up. Why did she do that? She was beautiful. What the hell, lady?
Megyn Kelly had a
Do you wanna
fetish
play this-
expert on. Oh my God, I love. Dude, did you ever see Megyn Kelly after Charlie Kirk's assassination interview a pastor about the dangers of hexes?
Megan, what are you doing, lady?
No, this is awesome. I love that.
Do you
I'm
think
glad
she's just like?
she's doing journalism, Felix.
Well, no. Do you think she's?
What do you think
Do you
she's
think
doing?
she's just like? I'm falling off. Like, look how many likes this has.
I mean, this is probably
That's like
new. This
shit.
is probably new. This is probably new. This
How
is
new can it be?
yeah. It just came out. It just
Okay,
came
well,
out.
like, look at her. Oh, okay, 61K views. Yeah, I guess she's not doing-
16K views. What is this?
Well, my point is, she's like not. She used to be a superstar.
That's
and
true.
now she's like.
She's still a superstar in my heart.
I do want to play this soundbite. Deborah So is, I don't remember her official like degree. Yeah, it's just she's like got her PhD in, sexual fetishes and sex issues, and she's brilliant. And she came on the show early on when we just had audio. We didn't have video yet. And listen to her talking about fetishes.
There are so many different paraphilias. I really found it interesting to hear what people are into, why they're into it. And I also wanted to help remove the stigma and shame.
Isn't this woke? Like, why is she talking to a woke person?
Well, maybe she's like, well, I actually want to add stigma.
Yeah.
Maybe they were debating.
That's my PhD is learning about removing stigma so I can add them again.
I think Megyn Kelly, I've seen a lot of her, like, a lot of those pro-Israel guys, like Mark Levin hates her now.
Yeah, because she's like Israel skeptic. And it's like, you can't even be you can't even say like Israel defenders are annoying and mean. Like,
right. All she's saying, basically all she's saying is like, hey, I don't know if it's a good idea for you guys to call everyone human furniture.
Oh, they're saying Deborah So's a huge transphobe. Oh, okay. So she like, that makes sense. That's why.
Who's Deborah So?
The lady that was the fetish expert. So she probably does.
So she's probably like an what is that shit?
Autogynephilia. Yeah. That makes sense.
I'm more into auto gyros, also known as helicopters. Oh man, does this frame just not make you so happy?
It does. Yeah, they're having the grandest old time.
Sometimes
because this story is so in Kyle's wheelhouse. This is such a perfect Kyle Kalinske story.
This is like a story about missing nuclear material for Seymour Hersh. That's what it is for Kyle.
Yeah.
Oh man,
this is the greatest story of his career. Oh man,
I regret saying there's some such thing as love deserves.
You never know.
Yeah, this was Kyle's video. He should sue.
I've never seen this.
All right, y'all. The Diet MAGA Democrats are getting desperate. They're getting desperate.
He's
They're
driving
beginning to
so
crash out.
fast.
They're beginning to lash out.
Yeah,
So as you know, leadership of the Democratic Party has been an abysmal failure. You have Chuck Schumer. You have Hakeem Jeffries.
Let me see if I
Look
can.
how many bevs he has.
Anti-Semitic.
He's been crushing them.
Yeah, I want to see, like, there's a point where he like looks down to read a quote while he's driving so fast.
Do you think he was just like driving in a circle, just like slamming Perrier?
Yeah, look, he's looking down.
Yo, was he like op hunting? Do you think he was looking for Jake Tapper?
Yeah, well, this wasn't even Jake Tapper. This was like a week prior when Wall Street Journal and Diet MAGA Dems viciously smeared me. Yeah.
What a real ass lover, real ass friend.
Yeah, no, he's my goat.
Real ass dude of the century, in my opinion.
Wait, oh my God. Trump is going to address the nation about Iran at 9 p.m.? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's been, dude, okay, we have to look through together the Harvard poll. Did you see the new Harvard, I keep wanting to say Harvard Siena, Harvard Harris poll?
I drank like 78 ounces of water before. I'm sorry. I thought I got it all out. But before, let me do that before. I'm sorry.
Okay. And
it was a gym day. So I like.
Yeah, no, I feel that.
Hydrated.
Guys, it's going so well. It's going unbelievably well, dude. This is W after W, okay? When the president is crying on Truth Social like this about all of our most valuable strategic allies, that's obviously a sign that things are going so well. All right, let's get started. Breaking, Trump issues new ultimatum to Europe. He's trying a new method, okay? It's day 31 of Operation Epic Fortnite Fail, Operation Epstein's Fury, Operation Epic Fail, whatever you want to call it. And Donald Trump is going through the phases of tacoing and then turning around and saying, no, we're going to pummel them even harder. We're going to send troops there. We're going to, we've won the war. We haven't won yet, but we're going to win it any day now. Strait of Hormuz is open for business as long as someone is like brave enough to try it. Okay, maybe it's not open, but also you. Now, the new meta for Trump is to pout like a little baby. First, if you recall in the beginning of the decapitation strike that they engaged in this war of choice, Donald Trump had said, I don't even want the UK to send any of their assets because the UK, they're made all this stuff, right? We don't even need them. That was his attitude, right? Well, it's been 31 days. No visible accomplishments have taken place. America's not winning the war, even though Americans think that America is winning the war because we're some of the most propagandized people on the planet. So, you know, Donald Trump has decided he's going to try a new technique, which is I'm just going to withdraw. I'm going to retreat, and the Strait of Hormuz will be closed, and you'll see what it's like when I'm gone. Like he's doing the world is ending. Anybody want to tell me with me right before the world ends? Like he's doing that type of shit where he's like, oh, I bet you'll be sad when I'm dead. And I don't think he wants to see the actual results of that, right? Like no one want me. Who want me? Who want me? Anyway.
Trey Yinks, he is live in Israel with the very latest. Trey, good morning.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Just last hour, President Trump issuing a new ultimatum to European countries about the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump taking to Truth Social to say, quote, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran. I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. The president goes on to say Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. Now, overnight, the United States hit an Iranian ammunition depot, reportedly with 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs. That, according to the Wall Street Journal. The president released some video on Truth Social overnight showing the massive amount of destruction outside the city of Isfahan. While the U.S. and Israel are ramping up pressure on the Islamic Republic, President Trump is still offering Iran a chance at a diplomatic solution. Iran has continued its ballistic missile attacks against Israel with 2 waves targeting central Israel last night and another 2 cluster munitions strikes this morning against Tel Aviv. With a focus on Iran, Israel has expanded ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. The military says dozens of militants were killed there in recent days. And today, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, announced that Israel is building a buffer zone in southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. The IDF announced that 4 additional Israeli soldiers were killed yesterday, bringing the total since the Lebanon operation began to 10 killed. On Monday, a funeral was held for one of those soldiers, just 19 years old. Now the region waiting to see what will be said at this briefing at the Pentagon, as once again, President Trump is offering the Iranian regime diplomacy. If they do not take his offer, officials say this war will escalate. Guys?
So, Trey, we saw the attack on the Gulf states and on Israel. But can you compare the number of attacks now as opposed to 1 week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, the Lebanese incursion, to say the least, is not going well. There was a guy from Connecticut, as a matter of fact, who chose to fly out to Israel, the apartheid state, conducting a genocide, and do the genocide himself. He was like, I'm going to take matters in my own hands. And as a part of that, they sent his ass to Lebanon, and he died. And apparently, he was actually supposed to come back to the United States of America. And you know, it's hard. It's really hard to look at that situation and be like, well, you brought this on yourself. You know, like it's just so difficult for me to look at that situation and be like, you were living in the lap of luxury in the imperial court in the United States of America, and you chose to put on the Nazi uniform to go and like kill people in Lebanon, to kill people in Gaza. And you know, you can't do that any longer because you were invading Lebanon. It's tough. Tough, real tough. Obviously, as you guys know, I am in favor of prosecuting all war criminals that go and adorn the garb of a foreign state's militia. You know, I think like there is functionally no difference than some American or Westerner literally joining. Okay, it's just not different. Like, the only difference is we don't receive these people in the same way. We don't look at these people in the same way. We just think like, no, that's an ally, so it's totally appropriate for them to go and do genocide. I don't think so.
The U.S. and Israeli campaign against the Iranian regime has been very successful in going not just after the launching positions of these missiles and drones, as we've seen in new video from U.S. Central Command, but also, importantly, going after the production sites. What President Trump is ordering here is a decapitation not only of Iran's military leadership, but also of their production lines, so that in the future they're not able to threaten U.S. forces or allies across the region. And we have seen those videos of decimation to the Iranian regime. This is a very large country, though, and that is part of the reason that these strikes continue, often on an hourly basis. And despite the fact that the Iranians can still get off ballistic missile fire and drone attacks against Israel and Gulf countries, their ability to do so and to resupply has been destroyed.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full.
President Trump.
Anyway, Trump slams U.S. allies again over their stance on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, you have to understand, their stance over the Strait of Hormuz is just, can you please not around with the Strait of Hormuz so, we can get energy. We can get our oil and gas tankers out of there. Okay, that's their stance. The problem is America and Israel had very different opinions, and they followed through on their desires. And of course, now the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and it's ridiculous because they didn't have a say in this process at all, right? They had no say in this process. America and Israel decided the fate of mankind for everybody else, basically. And because they could not accomplish their military objectives, Israel's military objectives are total death and destruction regardless. America's military objectives are like regime decapitation and then like new regime implementation, right? And neither of those goals are being accomplished as it stands currently. It's now they're just like flinging wildly, or at least Trump is like yelling at people who had nothing to do with this, right? People and countries that had nothing to do with this at all and would have absolutely chosen to not have this complete collapse of the energy markets around the globe.
Trump is slamming U.S. allies for failing to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. He posted this message on social media, writing, quote, "You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us."
Yeah, you'll miss me when I'm gone. Like, that's what he's saying. It's like, dog, I don't think you should remind people. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think you should remind people what it would feel like or what it would look like if you were no longer here, okay? It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like that's unproductive, right? It's not dissimilar to Israel reminding people like Hamas is just like ISIS or Hamas is the real Nazis. It's like, if I were in your shoes, well, first of all, I'm not going to say what I would do if I were in your shoes, but in a hypothetical scenario, if I was trying to do propaganda for the genocidal apartheid state, I probably wouldn't remind people of another genocidal apartheid state that existed throughout history that did its own Holocaust, I just wouldn't remind people of that comparison because out of the two groups, between the Palestinian resistance and Israel, I think when you invite that comparison, people are inevitably going to go, wait a minute, but you kind of remind me of what the Nazis are doing. And it's not dissimilar to that when Trump reminds people what it would be like if he was not around. I think that's people popping champagne moment, right? Third way, left wing anti-Semitism, often savvy in the brash neo-Nazi rhetoric on the right. Okay, man, there's no motion.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth doubled down on the sentiment in a press briefing this morning.
Yeah, this was awesome. Israelis themselves r/ask Israel, and we'll talk about that in a second. Of course, I wouldn't be so anti-Semitic to demand that Israel also send their own ground forces into Iran. Obviously, I would never in a million years come up with an anti-Semitic opinion such as that one. That would require the Israeli occupying forces to fight against not babies, but instead against adult men. And obviously demanding that is probably the peak anti-Semitism. I mean, straight up, it's not going to happen.
There are countries around the world who ought to be prepared to step up on this critical waterway as well. It's not just the United States Navy. Last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big bad Royal Navy that could be prepared to do things like that as well.
CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang joins us now. So, Weijia, you actually spoke to the president this morning about the war in Iran. What did he have to share?
That's right, Kelly. I called him because I was looking for some clarification about that Truth Social post.
It's so funny. Like, Dude, there's one country that you should be like actually getting mad at, the country that goaded you into doing this spectacular flub, this spectacular failure. That country is not like Spain or Italy. It's Israel. Like all of this stuff that he's mad about. He's like, oh, these guys aren't doing anything. These guys aren't doing anything. Okay, send the Israeli Navy. You know? Why is Israel not escorting tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz with their Navy? Why is Israel not sending their ground troops? You know? Where's this energy for the one country that goaded you into doing this? Very strange stuff. Also, ironic considering, you know, only 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump's like, we don't need anybody. United States have informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against the terrorist regime of Iran in the Middle East. This, despite the fact that almost every country strongly agreed with what we are doing. Okay. Did you see Steve Bannon said Yair Netanyahu should be sent to fight in Iran? Maybe not the best look for the Dems to be outflanked by Nazis. I agree. Also, Steve Bannon is like he's not a real anti-Israel voice, right? Like saying Steve Bannon is like anti-Israel is like saying Steve Bannon is anti-Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I mean? He's the opposite of both of those things, but he can present himself as that. And because Republicans are cattle, most of them go, oh, I agree. He's kind of going beast mode, you know? Anyway, getting back to this, he basically said, you know, we spend billions of dollars on NATO and we're doing everything. We've destroyed the Iranian Navy. They're gone. They're done. They've perished. We don't need anybody else. 2 weeks ago, he was saying, you know, it's victory time. There have been approximately 20 additional victory announcements since then, and yet no victory is in sight for some weird reason. Apparently, Israeli news said they have a red line and will not be sending ground forces. They don't have ground forces. Their ground forces can only do genocide. They only know how to kill unarmed Palestinians. I cannot explain this enough. I'm not even joking. Look at what the is going on in Lebanon. Okay? Look at what's happening in Lebanon. Hezbollah is melting their Merkava tanks. $6 million a pop, $10 million a pop with the trophy systems and everything else included. They're losing like 10 tanks a day. Hezbollah is literally whipping them. Okay? And that is not the IRGC, my friend, because Hezbollah is still a paramilitary formation inside of Lebanon, one that was born out of Israel's initial incursion, Israel's initial violence, and it's still not a standing army of a sovereign state, okay? And even then, the Israeli occupying forces are eating unlimited bags of in Lebanon. Okay, here's some updates from Hezbollah has been attacking for over an hour straight now. Ynet heavy barrage from Lebanon, alarms in Haifa, and reports of casualties. Israeli Occupational Forces spokesperson says there was no advance warning about Hezbollah's extensive shooting tonight. Iraq Sheet Al Jazeera, we have not made any decision about the negotiations and we have reservations about them. Our conditions for ending the war are clear. We will not accept a ceasefire, but we strive for a complete end to the war, not just in Iran, but the entire region. Okay, advance warning during war is so funny. They're like, hold on, wait a minute, but this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Why are they fighting back? Why won't they let us invade? Southern Lebanon is ours. Don't you know? It was promised to me 3,000 years ago. Like, that's literally the argument. America and Israel are such spoiled children in the way that they operate, where the American government's like, why is Iran attacking our military bases in the region? Why won't they just like let us why won't they let us deploy aerial campaigns from air bases that are slammed to the ass cheeks of Iran? Don't you know that's illegal? And Israel's doing the same energy. Israel's basically behaving in the same exact way with Hezbollah in Lebanon, where they're like, I don't understand. Why are we not allowed to like blow up bridges, doctors, journalists, without any sort of pushback whatsoever, right? Why is that allowed? I don't understand.
That he posted about the Strait of Hormuz, in which he, just like we heard from Secretary Hegseth, was really going after allies and expressing a fresh round of frustration. But it made it sound like the U.S. could leave, because he said you'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us.
Oh, God. Say this about Israel, bro. Say this about Israel, please. Why are you saying this about like European partners that had nothing to do with this and are smart enough to not get involved and are just trying to sit this out, hoping that America will be more reasonable? Eyvallah. Just the entitlement that we demonstrate on a daily basis is unbelievable, dude. It's so funny. It's so stupid. It's so funny. It's so ridiculous. Like, how dare they? That's the attitude. It's always like, how dare they fight back? How dare the European allies don't immediately muster up the forces to fight our war? And it's not even our war, it's Israel's war, really. It's so unbelievably entitled. It's so arrogant. And in the absence of any sort of soft power initiative, America is going to lose out on what remains of the allegiances that they have with even the vassal states. Great job.
So I asked him whether that meant that the U.S. would start pooling assets in and around the strait. And the president told me not yet. He said that the U.S. would be there, but again said that, it's not the U.S. that really needs this oil that is going through there, but allies and other countries, which, of course, for weeks now he has been calling on.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great reminder, by the way, to everyone else around the world, especially in like the Chinese area of influence, that you do not give about them at all. Like, you will literally make decisions in other parts of the planet that will genuinely bring financial calamities upon them, right? A totally man-made energy crisis that is completely unnecessary, and you brought it about. And now you're saying, it doesn't even hurt us. Who is this for? Like, who is this for? If you are in a developing country that has an American military base, okay? If you're in a developing country that's in like the Chinese sphere of influence and you have an American military base, you have to really reconsider that, right? Like, you have to be like, okay, that's insane. You're causing tremendous suffering here, because you decided to go to war with Iran, and now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Now I can't get energy on my energy grid, and you've also completely given up on defending the other countries that I'm looking at that have American military bases. They're basically just missile sponges. Why the should I continue with this? Like, how does this benefit me? Right? America is no longer the guarantor of stability. Okay. It's not. Matter of fact, American presence invokes instability. And on top of that, America doesn't even do anything to save face. They don't even try to make it seem like we are trying to stabilize the world. We're coming out in this like unbelievably arrogant way and openly telling anyone who will listen, anyone who accidentally even hears what we have to say, that we don't give a about them. I think this is sheer imperial hubris, okay? Especially at a time when America is very clearly overextended, when the American empire is coming to a close, right? And American force projection capabilities have diminished in the eyes of the world, right? Everyone can see it, right? Everyone recognizes that American imperialism is a paper tiger, and yet they're still operating on, the last couple of decades propaganda, where we are saying to the rest of the world, like, we don't give about you. We don't give a fuck about you. What are you going to do about it? We have a military base on your soil, and you're going to and you're going to like it.
If these countries want the oil, they're going to have to come in and eventually do their own work. He did not give a timeline for how long the U.S. would remain in and around that strait, though. Of course, the reason why that matters is because the oil that is trying to get through there impacts the entire global supply of oil and gas prices, which includes the now $4 a gallon average here at home. And I asked the president about that as well. He says that the prices will go down when the war is over. But obviously, this is a huge concern, not only for the president, but for many Republicans as they are eyeing that critical November date for midterm elections. We'll have to see what the next move is here. But as far as the strait goes, that is what the president said about U.S. involvement.
And we've also seen this morning the president via Truth Social directly criticize France, writing that it has been very unhelpful in relation to the war. Around this time yesterday, we spoke with a French minister and we asked her why her nation has decided not to help secure the Strait of Hormuz with the U.S. Let's just quickly play for our viewers what she said.
Our intention is that we can resume as soon as possible trade, but we need to do it once we can secure the situation and ensure that we are defensive, not offensive. We do not want to enter into a war without a framework, without a sort of certain guarantees, and this is why we may seem skeptical, but our intention is really to protect our citizens.
And she also mentioned there are some 400,000 French nationals in the region that they want to protect. So based on your conversation with the president this morning, you've covered him for many years. You can kind of read between the lines sometimes and understand his tone. What do you think about his frustration with allies like France, and why is he choosing today to lash out?
I did ask him, Errol, did something happen that triggered this post about the allies? And he didn't answer it explicitly, but he just went on to complain about how they were not there for the U.S. And he also mentioned NATO, and that NATO has also been, quote, terrible. The difference, though, Errol,
Are freedom fries back on the menu? Hell yeah, dude. The country of France wouldn't let planes headed to Israel loaded up with military supplies fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran, which, are you talking about yourself? Are you talking about Netanyahu? Or are you talking about the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who's now dead, who has been successfully eliminated? The USA will remember. And Italy also had some smoke as well. Now Italy follows Spain in denying U.S. landing rights. Poland refuses to transfer Patriot missiles. Cracks appear in the U.S.-UK intelligence sharing. The transatlantic alliance is breaking down in real time. I never thought that I would see my goat, J.D. Pondon, do this. The Donnie Dean himself, okay, actually shake up American hegemony in such spectacular fashion in such a short period of time. Oh my Lord, dude. Yeah, also a demand from Poland to transfer their Patriot missiles to Israel is an admission that they're running out, okay? They're running out. Shouts out to the Polish, by the way. Shouts out to the Polish. My kings, defend yourselves, okay? Defend your sovereignty. My goats. Fuck you mean you're going to hurry away Patriot defenses to mother Israel? That's not the reason. What's the reason? They just want Poland to be unguarded against like Russian incursion. Is that what it is? I've been screaming about this for years. If the left in Europe refuse to capitalize on American decline by pushing for decoupling from the U.S. as a core foreign policy pitch on their agenda, then the right eventually will. It's a perfect popular argument to couple with class-conscious politics, European sovereignty, and an independent path. It ticks all the principled and practical boxes and will only grow in popularity. I've made this argument quite a bit as well. Luckily, in France, LFI is capitalizing on this, and yet none of the other quote-unquote socialist parties are doing so. I guess the only one that you can associate with like social democracy or like the left flank is the Spanish Socialist Party, which is not really, let's be real, it's not a real socialist party at all. But Pedro PSOE is doing at least like he's moving in that direction, and he's winning a lot of favor for it as well. LFI is fully occupying the anti-war space. Yeah, they have an alliance with the left party. Sorry to inform you that Die Linke is doubling down on their Israel support. Ugh. Anyway, left parties, true left parties must make this argument. Okay? True left parties must make this argument, or else they will lose to fascists. That's it. This is not true. From what I understand, Die Linke has quite a bit of problems internally about how to deal with the issue of Israel. Am I wrong about this assessment? From what I've seen, there is like a lot of internal back and forth about like, can we be anti-Zionist? Should we say that we're anti-Israel, or are we allowed to even say that legally? That's what I've seen. And that creates bad messaging overall. This is not the time to have those internal conversations. This is the time to be bold. And if you don't do that, the AFD will come in and occupy that space, occupy that lane, right? It's a spectacular flub. It's a so is all the right wing, and the center just wants more money for the old rich. So yeah, all good, I guess. Yeah. Luckily, the Greens are doing a much better job, helmed by Hasanabi head Zach Polanski, and they're under fire. For the record, they are under attack for that reason. But you know, they are owning that space, and that's a good space to own. Anyway, I thought AFD supported Israel. AFD are a bunch of reactionary grifters. They're Nazis, so they'll say whatever they need to say to win elections. Okay, that's just the case. One unintentional byproduct of this instability in the global energy markets is also Europe very quickly realizing that energy independence comes from renewables and redoubling their efforts in purchasing as many Chinese products as they possibly can. So that's good. You know, Donald Trump and his psychotic, bloodthirsty nature has unironically caused Europe to remember, oh shit, like we do need renewable energies for energy independence, as a matter of fact, and we do have to get them from China because they basically own that space. So that's cool. Good luck to everybody. Donald Trump obviously had a response to that. He said, just buy the gas and oil from us. We have gas and oil. Buy it from us. And that's what he said.
That, and this is something that the Secretary of State has brought up as well, which is, look, we were there for the Ukraine-Russia war, and that's not our war. The difference is that the U.S. is a member of NATO. And so that is why it is involved with that war, because, you know, obviously there are interests there to ensure or try to ensure Russia does not strike a NATO ally, because that would pull the U.S. into that conflict. What we're hearing from the French here and from other allies with regard to the Iran war is that we didn't start this. We didn't have anything to do with this war. In fact, we were not even given a heads up that the U.S. was going to strike. So that's why they say now they shouldn't have to be involved with the cleanup and with getting potentially, you know, pulled in to that conflict.
I think the ones that get over here will always be the ones that don't demonstrate any sovereignty against America. And I'm, of course, referencing Japan. Takaichi is even more pro-America than previous formations in Japan, even though, like, obviously there's been practically uniparty rule since America wrote the Constitution. Japanese politics are so stupid. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get into it. The population does not give a shit about anything. I've never seen a more disillusioned country, a more disillusioned voter base that just goes, oh, I don't know, I guess I'll just vote for this person. They're omega cucked. But Takaichi has been aggressively posturing against China and was sucking up to Donald Trump as recently as last month, even though America's initiatives in Iran have been devastating for Japan. Okay? Devastating for Japan. There are Japanese nationals that are in Iran. Japan relies on the Strait of Hormuz for all of its energy. And America did not even inform Japan that they were going to bomb Iran, which would lead to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That's an unbelievable mistake. It's not even a mistake. It's just an unbelievable way to show the Japanese people that, like, you know, we don't give a about them. And yet Takaichi is so slammed so far up the ass cheeks of Donald Trump. It's incredible.
But the president clearly views it differently because, you know, he says this does impact those countries and therefore they should be helping to try to secure the strait. What I got overall, Errol, was just a sense of readiness from the president to find a way out of this thing because he understands that time is ticking. You know, I asked him for a fresh date about when the war might end. And he said that the administration was 2 weeks ahead of schedule. But remember, he set the schedule of 4 to 6 weeks from the very beginning of how long this could go on. And we are now in week 5, Errol.
It appears the U.S. is looking for some kind of off-ramp. Weijia Zhang with the latest on her conversation with President Trump. Weijia, thank you.
Some lines from Truth Social on Donald Trump saying that countries should buy oil from the United States, urging...
I love that. That was so... God, he is the GOAT. Things are going exceptionally well, okay? After berating and bullying every single European partner, he turns around and says, just buy the oil from us. Come on. Incredible, dude.
Countries to go to the Hormuz and take it, according to Donald Trump on Truth Social, and that countries should go and take the oil themselves and learn how to fight themselves. Let me just open up his Truth Social because I can assure you that it will be more verbose than the few lines that we're getting from the Reuters news agency. So just bear with me whilst I open up Truth Social. It's just verifying, but let's bring you the full transcript of what he had to say. So Donald Trump in the last 2 minutes saying this: all those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US, we have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The US won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. So the breaking news in the past 2 minutes, Donald Trump posting on Truth Social the following.
It's such a funny thing to demand. It's such a funny thing to demand. We f***ed it up. We couldn't fix it. And you should now do something that we are incapable of doing with the greatest military force on the planet. I can't read this as anything but a total surrender. I just don't know if this is real or not. You know what I mean? I just don't think this is real because, like, everything that he's doing, first of all, everything he's done is up to this point is so inconsistent, right? One day he says he's doing total victory, unconditional surrender. The next day he's literally doing the unconditional surrender himself and trying to sidestep the blame over to Europe, which had nothing to do with this at all. And they're just simply suffering as vassal states. But then also he's simultaneously deploying more and more troops into the region. So I can't read this as him trying to find an off-ramp, but instead just a way to conduct his favorite activity, perfidy, right? Perfidy is done. He loves that shit. He loves doing a pump fake, right? Oh, we're going to do negotiations. Oops, we blew up your Ayatollah. So he's, who knows? Who knows which direction he's flailing in. There is still, like SGA, drawing fouls. True. Yusuf Manayar says U.S. stock markets are in the midst of a major rally on indicators that Trump may finally stop digging and start ending this stupid war. Oil markets, however, are showing no such optimism yet. Even if we wake up to a magical peace agreement tomorrow, the economic impacts will be with us for some time. A lot of people are refusing to recognize that, by the way. I find that rather strange.
All those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. President Donald J. Trump. That is in the last few moments. So explicit criticism there of the United Kingdom. Explicit criticism for the UK not being involved in those initial strikes against Iran. Criticism for the fact that European countries have not been supportive of reopening and defending the Strait of Hormuz. It is a vital artery for supplies of oil, gas, crude products that make their way from not just Iran, but numerous Gulf states. So let's get more analysis on this with our military analyst, Sean Bell. Sean, this is quite the moment, I think it's fair to say, explicitly telling the UK either buy from us, which kind of tallies with the fairly kind of US-centric economy that the president's trying to build. And number two, if you don't want to do that, go to Hormuz and sort it out yourself.
Yeah, and it's somewhat missing the point, some of that, isn't it? Because this isn't just about availability of oil. America provides more than enough oil than it uses, but its prices have still gone up. It's about global prices for oil, and therefore, whilst there's still friction in the world, the global price will stay up. I think what's most interesting is we've seen a gradual simmering of President Trump, frustrating that he's the only country that's gone into this war, frustration that NATO allies weren't involved. It's not a NATO war. NATO is a defensive alliance. A frustration that countries like the UK haven't got directly involved.
What was the defensive posture of NATO with Libya? No, NATO is not a defensive alliance. It's never been a defensive alliance. It will engage in offensive. The only difference is most of the countries in Europe are led by people who at least have basic competence to recognize that this is biting off far more than America could chew. That's it. Mark Rutte has openly admitted that NATO is not a defensive alliance, by the way. He said the quiet part out loud. He also called Trump daddy, but that's besides the point. So the notion that like NATO is a defensive alliance is ridiculous. It has nothing to do with this. The reason why European partners are not leaning into this initiative is because this is not Libya, right? This is a sovereign country that has developed sovereignty over 47 years, specifically against the Western world, and have developed the tools to be able to maintain their sovereignty. And we're seeing the impact of that right now. Okay. Trump is also treating the GCC. What is this? Trump is also treating the GCC like ass. I don't know what the point is. It's because Trump doesn't give a the GCC, because Israel doesn't give a about the GCC. Remember that Israel's goals are like a weakened GCC also suits Israel's goals here, right? So for that reason, it's perfectly fine for Donald Trump to like cook the petrodollar in this spectacular display. It doesn't make any sense for longevity. It doesn't make any long-term sense at all. But at this point, it's very hard to make sense of anything that Trump does, really. I try every day, and it's a defeat after defeat. None of it makes sense, and I don't know. I mean, it's totally antagonistic to any kind of like hegemony needs that America might have. It's unbelievable.
Yet it's not been clear what the legal justification for the war is, and quite rightly, I think, in most people's view, the British Prime Minister has been somewhat circumspect to getting dragged into it. But now you're seeing that despite the military dominance of America, Iran is still fighting. It's still able to launch counterattacks. And the Straits of Hormuz is now a real thorn in the side of Trump. And as we were talking about earlier, many of my military colleagues are saying that the most elegant way for America to extract itself is to celebrate that it's actually achieved its strategic objectives. It's left a few fires blazing, metaphorically. The Straits of Hormuz is one of them. And actually gone, right, Europe, you're more reliant on the Straits of Hormuz than I am. Deal with it. I'll disappear. I'm the only president who could actually deal with this threat.
The president there taking real issue with the fact that there wasn't the courage, as he says, to have got involved earlier, and that the UK needs to start learning to fight for yourself. The UK won't be there to help you anymore. With the greatest respect to those involved in the British Armed Forces, would it not have been fairly tokenistic if the UK would have got involved? Because the US military is just so much bigger by magnitudes that actually whatever the UK did send wouldn't really have shifted the dial all that much, certainly not beyond what the US could have.
So this is correct. And I've repeatedly brought this point up. The real reason why America wants European partners to get involved actively is not because they are desperate for additional military presence. It's more so for the diplomatic pressure, right? Because Iran is a sovereign nation that wants to develop bilateral, unilateral, or like commitments with all these other countries. They want to be treated like a normal sovereign state, right? For many, many years, this has been denied of Iran because America is the hegemonic superpower and is in control of the ambitions of Western empire, right? So that's the major goal here. right? No, it's not ground troop fodder, dude. No. You think the American military is going to benefit tremendously from like 10,000 additional units coming from Europe? No, of course not. It's the same with Afghanistan and Iraq. It's more so to say, look, the whole world is against you. Okay? And with Afghanistan and Iraq, to a limited degree, many of these countries were dogs of empire, and they said yes, right? Because it was a very different dynamic. Iran is not like Iraq. It's not like Afghanistan. And that's precisely the reason why these guys are now saying, no, we're going to stay back on this one. You know, you got this. Okay? That's it. They can't develop a coalition of the willing here because most of these countries don't want to suffer the consequences. They don't want to suffer the domestic consequences because there is a tremendous anger against America, right? There is, they don't want to have to deal with like popular uprisings. They don't want to lose their power. And on top of that, they don't want the smoke. They would much rather deal with Iran diplomatically and cut side deals with Iran. It's not that's why I also laugh when like the GCC states will be like, we're going to join the battle. It's like, with what army? Like, you already have just more American tools, right? So if Iran is fighting against America, it's basically fighting against the entire world anyway. So what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do? You're Saudi Arabia. What are you going to do? The United Arab Emirates. What are you going to do? I mean, you have nothing. So your theory, first of all, is that Cricket walked on Byron Nome in the axe, saw too much, and that's why Cricket had to meet with his unfortunate tragic ending. Dogs know all our secrets. Cricket knew. What is this conversation, man? Ugh. Marco Rubio, if Europe won't allow us to use the bases we man and fund for their defenses when we need them, when we ought to close them down and remove our troops from Europe. If they get attacked by Russia, we can discuss whether or not we have time to help. I mean, that's spectacular. I mean, just straight up. Again, I wouldn't be saying this shit, especially right now. Okay? I wouldn't be saying this. Like, this is the worst time to say this. Okay? In the entire global design, post-World War II, New World Order, this is perhaps one of the worst times to make this threat a potential promise, okay?
And I've been a big supporter of NATO. And one of the reasons why I've been a supporter of NATO is because I believe that these basing rights give us leverage and give us flexibility and operational capability all over the world. But if NATO is just about us defending Europe if they're attacked, but them denying us basing rights when we need them, that's not a very good arrangement. That's a hard one to stay engaged in and say this is good for the United States. So all of them's going to have to be re-examined. All of it's going to have to be re-examined. And I've been a big supporter of.
Yeah, re-examine and what? You're going to pull out? No more NATO? Great. I mean, do you know how much sovereignty these countries could develop? Like, all these middle powers unironically could build a robust EU coalition without NATO. Okay? Without NATO, there isn't the constant presence of American troops on European soil. It's just America being forced to retreat, but claiming in a very funny way. They're saying, like, you can't fire me, I quit, right? You get pulled into the office and your boss is about to fire and you're like, I quit, you can't fire me. Okay, great. Fantastic. You know, at this point, Maoists should electorally support Trump. I mean, actually, yes. MAGA communists were right, just not in the way that they thought, this was going to unfold. Donald Trump has been the most successful anti-imperialist force that the Western world has ever seen. Okay, if you're a third worldist, Donald Trump is your guy.
Done and could still do by itself unilaterally.
You're absolutely right, but I think this is less about what militarily could be done and more the symbolism that rather than it being President Trump's war, it suddenly becomes an alliance war.
Give justification to it?
Yeah, and therefore also means that actually the alliance is sort of stepping in and having to deal with the fallout from this. By making it purely America's war, there's long been a belief that Trump sort of went in there, a bit like he went into Venezuela, plucked out Maduro, operation over, success. And it looks likely he believed he could go in, decapitate the leadership of Tehran. There'd be an uprising. He'd be able to celebrate that I'm the only American president that had the chutzpah to do this. The harsh reality, of course, is that's not the way it's played out. He's got his hands firmly in the mangle, trying to find a way of extracting himself. And we always felt that he was going to start threatening all sorts of other people. I wouldn't be at all surprised still, though, that he will extract himself in some way. He'll celebrate success. We're the only nation that could have done this. Europe try and deal with it. I think the fallout, though, from this for NATO, the fallout for our national security in the future, is some of the damage being done by President Trump irretrievable? Is this actually him expressing his honest view that actually I'm going to look after America first? You know, his national security strategy, China looks after the East. I don't really care what happens in Europe. You deal with it yourself, because frankly, I'm going to look after my own interests. And increasing the language looks more and more likely that is his focus.
And that was laid very starkly bare in that national security strategy document. It'll be interesting to see how the UK government responds to this. How Sir Keir Starmer, who'd been kind of talked about as a bit of a Trump whisperer, manages to maintain that relationship or rebuild that relationship. Also, you know,
The EU can't develop any defense system without the USA. They'll lick for the next 100 years. Yeah, American defenses have been fantastic for the European Union thus far. I don't know if you know this, because France has its own nukes, right? And France was one of the countries that actually refused to join NATO, left NATO, for this reason, because they saw early on that NATO allegiances would actually deny France its own sovereignty, and that it would basically turn France and many other European partners in NATO into missile sponges against the USSR. Okay? That was the understandable attitude at the time. That was the attitude. They were like, why would we do this? Why would we do this when we want to, you know, develop our own relations with the USSR potentially? The GCC is currently learning that lesson in real time, okay?
There are suggestions that there's supposed to be a royal visit to the United States at some point later this spring. It'll be interesting to see what kind of developments are related to that as well. But, you know,
it's just also funny to think that after you just watched the Gulf states get turned into hollowed out shells for the last 30 days, you think America would defend Estonia. If Russia had the capability of moving beyond Ukraine, which it doesn't, right? But imagining a world where, like, you know, Russia gets to take over Ukraine militarily, you know, it doesn't, but let's say it did, and then they move to, like, Estonia or Lithuania, and America's like, oh, we have to defend Estonia. We have to defend Lithuania. Are you out of your mind, dude? It's just so funny. The only reason why America would ever defend a NATO nation is to defend its sovereignty. Okay? That's it. That's the only ambition there. And if that was too high a cost to bear, America would just drop it. Okay?
There's an awful lot of diplomacy interweaved amongst the military and also the economy aspects of this story. I wonder what your view is of the grasp that civilian leaders have on prosecuting acts of war and conflict and strikes such as this. How do you balance between what a president or a prime minister wants and what militarily can be achieved, and the understanding between the two sides?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating question, because our politicians tend to come and go, whereas the military serve long careers. You know, General Kane would have spent the best part of 40 years in the military. You have years where you study military history. You look at the mistakes that were made of old. You learn from other people's mistakes, and you develop strategies and plans. Ultimately, all of military action is simply a means to an end, and your political objectives are absolutely crucial. And I remember when I was serving the military, we would hold our political leadership to account to say, you're going to send the young men and women of your country to war. There will be some of them that don't return. You've got to be able to look their parents in the eye and know that you did it for the right reasons, and also you'd plan for the day after. The military will set the conditions, but you now need to know what's the plan for the first day of the post-conflict time. And history shows that our political...
Hassan says that Russia is both advancing in Ukraine and at the same time says they can advance in the rest of Europe if they wanted, especially using tactical nukes. I said Russia cannot advance beyond the areas that they've taken over militarily in Ukraine. As in, Russia cannot occupy, as it stands currently, the entirety of Ukraine to then advance beyond Ukraine to other countries in Eastern Europe. Okay? I don't know what happens to so many people whenever I bring up whenever I say the R word, Russia, everybody just loses their mind and becomes professional misunderstanders in the chat. Okay? I'm not saying it's good that Russia invaded Ukraine. I've said it's bad that Russia militarily invaded Ukraine 1,000,000 times over. And I'm also just being honest about Russia's limitations as far as advancing a ground incursion beyond the Ukrainian soil that they currently occupy.
Masters don't always get that right. On this particular occasion, the very fact that Trump is shooting from the hip all the time, we haven't got time now, but certainly one of my military colleagues, when he started saying NATO's never been there for us and people were frivolously, a long way from the front line in Afghanistan, I served 3 tours, 2 years of my life in Afghanistan. I was backwards and forwards in airplanes, packed full of young men largely that would lost a limb or two. The huge price we paid. We had double the rate of casualties in that conflict per 1,000 folks involved. And for a president to dismiss all of that, I think it's very troubling. And going back to your first point, is what's Prime Minister Starmer going to do? I think he's very wisely tried to play the long game here. President Trump will come and go. It's possible the midterms will stifle President Trump's ambitions. In 3 years' time, he'll not be there. Do you completely destroy the relationship of America and Europe, America's relationship with NATO, or do you just try and keep...
Yes. President Epstein, the real president.
Keep a distance, be moderate, be diplomatic, let this flurry blow over, because it's evident that President Trump is embattled somewhat at the moment, and just try and play it long rather than reacting to every knee-jerk that we see through his Truth Social announcements.
You ready for another one?
Uh-oh.
The country of France wouldn't let planes headed to Israel loaded up with military supplies fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran, who has been...
Guys, it's going so well. It's going unbelievably well, dude. I need you guys to understand... This is W after W, okay? When the president is crying on Truth Social like this about all of our most valuable strategic allies that we have security cooperative agreements with, refusing to go along with our endless bombing campaigns in Iran and putting their foot down in spite of their vassalized status, that's obviously a sign that things are going so well. Okay, fantastic.
Successfully eliminated. The USA will remember President Donald J. Trump. And I think I'm right in saying that Spain had also denied access to American military flights through its airspace. So it's not just France, it's other European nations, the UK as well, reticent to be as involved as the president would like. And he is angry.
Yeah, but I think what we might be seeing is President Trump laying the foundations of his exit strategy. Right. That actually, there's a lovely quote from Churchill.
Are European politicos and military all that optimistic about the U.S. that things will be fine after Trump and he'll be gone soon? I think they're just going along. They're taking it step by step, day by day. I don't know if there's a tremendous amount of confidence that Donald Trump is going to go away at all. I don't know what the European calculation is, but S&P 500 surges 2.9 to its biggest gain since last spring as hopes build for an end to the Iran war. The market is reacting in the foreseeable ways that we have seen thus far, which is hanging on every word that Donald Trump says that stability will come back again, because everyone has a vested interest in a permanent bull market, right? So they're just like, oh, he said it. He said the right words. Okay, it's time. It's time. Bye. What is this? I'd like to remind everyone, because many European rightoids called the attack on Iran by the U.S. and Israel a brilliant move when it happened, and explained that the rest of us were just pussies who didn't understand Trump's genius, that if Israel and the U.S. had not attacked Iran, absolutely nothing would have happened to us. It's almost physically painful to think about the stupidity of those people. Yeah. If there's a thing, I don't even want to call it human, that I have even less respect for than the American MAGA, it is the Euroid MAGA, okay? You are not even cattle. American MAGA is cattle. You are not even a sentient being. Okay? Genuinely, you are the dumbest, most servile thing. You're a totally separate thing. You're not even cattle. Okay? You're not alive. It's crazy. They won't hear any of this because they're probably too busy watching Asmongold currently, but it's unbelievable the servile nature of the Euroid MAGA. Oh my God, I feel so bad for the European Hasanabe because you have to exist in the same space as some of these morons that literally have no self-respect whatsoever, where they're just at the mercy of whatever the dumbest person on the planet, Donald Trump, says and does, and they have to sit there and be like, yeah, yes, this is so based, yeah. Yeah, it's so based. Oh, you don't understand, yeah. Oh, Donald Trump is so good. God, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Ugh, how do you live like that?
I'm always mindful of that. He said, history will be kind to me because I intend to write it. And it feels like President Trump is writing this chapter of history. He's writing already, he's laying the foundations of how he was the only president prepared to do this, despite a lack of help from international allies, that he was prepared to put his military in, take the risks, deal with a long-term problem that was Iran. And actually, therefore, based on that narrative, Europe, you're going to have to pick up the pieces. And by throwing spears all over the place, you know, Europe is concerned about the Middle East. I was chatting to Tara just offset our Iran expert, and she said one of the things that America's sort of trying to withdraw itself from this, but some of the tech dollars that actually emanate from the Middle East countries, if the Middle East now needs to rebuild some of the damage that's been.
Do you think Asman will change his tune about this war because the majority of his European audience is being affected by this war, sort of like how we changed his stance around Greenland? Probably. Not that it matters, because, again, this is the beauty of farming the lowest common denominator. Okay? If you farm an audience of morons, if you farm an audience of stupids, which, sorry, guys, right-wingers are objectively dumber on average than liberals and leftists are. It's just the case. They are much more susceptible to changes in your commentary, and they won't punish you for it. They won't think you're being indecent. They won't think you're grifting. And they'll just they'll reward you endlessly. That's it. Yeah, if you want to sell to people, if you want to sell something to people with ease, sell to stupid people. And there is no group as stupid as European MAGA. Okay? None. They are dumber than the American MAGA. You know, when you think about the dumbest guy you know in the American MAGA movement. Now, times that by 10. Because at least the American MAGA guy thinks like, oh, American prosperity, American force projection, it makes me feel powerful. It's like when you're a European MAGoid, okay, when you are a fascist in Europe, because now the international fascist movement has basically just become MAGA, right? You unironically are just saying, like, I don't want any national sovereignty at all, right? I don't want any national sovereignty whatsoever. I just want whatever America wants me to do. I'm so servile. I'm so to America. Even if American actions that I had no control over directly ruins my life in much more meaningful ways than, in much more significant and much more meaningful ways than like the American MAGA movement has their lives ruined, and you still advocate for it. You're no longer in the seat. You're in the hotel room next door. Your wife is getting, you couldn't even get a seat. At least MAGA is sitting in the seat. Unbelievable. Breaking. Germany's Chancellor Merz says the effect of the Iran war in Germany and Europe will be as serious as the COVID-19 pandemic if it expands. Previously, he couldn't hide his glee at this war, and the 12-day war last year, he's practically rubbing his hands when he said Israel was doing our dirty work. Yep. What is this analogy, big dog? I'm just saying.
Done on friendly, then that money won't be flowing into tech industries. And Tara was very clear. The long-term implications of this could be profound for President Trump. But if he writes his own narrative, which he appears to be doing, sometimes it's difficult to put a counter to that.
People are literally clutching their pearls like you aren't, right? I mean, it's just, they can say whatever they want, but enjoy blackouts. You know what I mean? Like, do you see what I mean?
Okay.
What a winning message.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Every time these guys try to like vilify me on the boundaries of Israel, it's probably bringing more people to my side where they're like, yeah, he didn't say that out of thin air. Oh my God, I can't believe Jake Tapper's about to have a panel on my dude.
You know, he either couldn't.
It's weird that these people are acting as they would become staunch Politburo party loyalists on the condition that you aren't the figurehead of it. It's just nonsense, bro. I think many people don't even know why. Many people don't even know why they hate me. And not a lot of them have like sincere ideological disagreements. There are some, like on the issue of Israel is very obvious, right? But for the record, oh, here it is.
Anti-Israel, anti-Semitic. So why are so many Democrats doing campaign events with him? We're going to explore that very question next.
Jake Tapper just straight up unconditionally called me anti-Semitic. You're a piece of Jake Tapper. God damn. Just uncritically. Hasbro final boss. Yeah. Ugh. So gross. I think that might be legit grounds for a lawsuit. It's just, I'm a public figure. I don't think you guys understand that's like virtually impossible. Like it's not. And they know it too. That's why there's a difference between Jake Tapper saying that versus like saying that I've like shocked my dog or whatever. Okay, because the other one is like far more actionable than something as up to the personal interpretation as like claiming someone is anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? This link has less of a delay. All right, well, let's see. Yeah, also you have to show actual malice. Who's going to defend you on that panel is a Jake Tapper panel. No one's going to defend me on it. It's going to be like an American Enterprise Institute person. And it's going to be like maybe someone who's like a liberal Zionist. And both of them are going to be like, we really shouldn't have people like Hassan Piker anywhere near the Democratic Party. I mean, this is so insane. I honestly think Jake's little peepee can't fathom that you're younger, taller. Okay, no, it's just, let's see. They're trying to keep you out of the mainstream. If you don't fold to their framing, you win and enter, in my honest opinion. Yeah. It's going to be 4 vigorously anti-Assam people and 1 more tepidly. No, Jake Tapper midday is going to be 2 panelists most likely. And it'll be like the American Enterprise Institute type of thing. It's the same with like when he did the Zoran piece. Remember when he did the Zoran piece to talk about how Zoran is?
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserves, dude. It. I'm saying it. We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
You know, it's Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs, unquote. Hassan Piker has recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive 3-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the 3 candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Our Donnie O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself.
Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified October 7th and on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question.
He called
what it
one
says
Jew
about the
a
party.
Zionist
I think
pig dog is
Dr.
crazy.
Abdul El-Sayed is
One
looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hassan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul El-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for
This is
votes
one of the panelists.
in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary, and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there. And I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hassan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's negative 9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way,
they their new meta is to say, oh, he's just not, he has no emotion anyway. He has no emotion anyway.
Asked Piker to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic. He quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub-Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media.
I don't even say that.
The Jews didn't
I don't even say
the war
that.
with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways.
I love that these guys are literally doing the conflation, by the way. He tied Israel to Jews, and then now is just going off.
Anti-Semite. Just, he's got a different name, and he comes from a different wing of politics.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president, or who might run for president, if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing to.
I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan. It's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hassan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's the difference. I think candidates should be able to go on to podcasts with people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor here, the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being here. Great. What a great time to be in L.A. to have you both in studio. Really amazing.
Thanks, Jay.
The U.S. Army is launching an investigation into this. Apache helicopters.
That's awesome. What a panel, dude. It's hilarious they have to use old photos, make you look like 2016 bro. I mean, I don't think it was that bad. Controversial opinion. I don't think it was that bad. Like, yeah, he farmed a lot of he farmed all of the talking points, right? I'll take it. Especially if they put my actual words against their claims, like their interpretation of my words, all of a sudden, that takes on a very new light. And that's the reason why the best they can do, and that point, that's the reason why the best they can do is say, oh, Hassan is actually anti-Semitic, but he's hiding it, right? Instead of being like, oh, he's a avowed anti-Semite, it's very clear. They have to go, oh, well, he's just like criticizing Israel, but actually he just means all Jews, which is an ineffective line of attack. And the other person has to basically concede on coming onto my podcast, but then say, but it's different when you have him on your campaign rally, right? They're trying to mitigate the harm there because like they've completely given up on saying this is a dangerous radical anti-Semite. They're trying to imply that, but then also simultaneously claim that they're trying to imply that while simultaneously trying to claim that it's it's okay if you collaborate with him. You just shouldn't have him on your rallies. Does that make sense? So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I don't think this is a bad thing. It is funny though that the Puck guy's assessment is that I have no motion, and people that do know me hate me. He was like, no. We ran a poll actually, and nobody knows him, and the people that do know him, they hate him. Okay, they hate him a lot. Okay, then why are you talking? Then why are you bringing me up on a CNN panel? If this is a no motion type situation, why is it that it's being discussed on CNN on the day that Israel has signed off on a death penalty sentence for Palestinians in captivity in Israeli concentration camps, and Itamar Ben-Gvir is popping champagne, celebrating that those concentration camps are now going to turn into death camps? I just felt like you were safer before this, and we want to keep you from this. Antifa worries? No, this is totally irrelevant. This is not a bad thing. Check my last message. If you were, regarding the anti-Semitism slander, if you were actually anti-Semitic, they wouldn't have included a clip of you defending your record of combating anti-Semitism. Anti-Semites don't care about combating anti-Semitism. Go ask Nick Fuentes if he thinks he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, exactly. It's just, in this day and age especially, anti-Semites don't feel the need to hide. The people who are anti-Semitic don't need to hide their anti-Semitism, right? Candace Owens is not hiding that. I think O'Sullivan interviewed you and Tapper was pissed. It took off because of his station, so he did this table to try to take you down a peg. Yeah, a little bit. I think, like I said, I think Americans are much more aware nowadays of like exactly how people try to deploy defenses for Israel by immediately calling any of its prominent critics anti-Semitic, so that's it. But see, you're hiding it by saying you're not an anti-Semite. It's a stupid gotcha either way. Yeah, it's stupid because I'm not anti-Semitic. The most anti-Semitic shit that came out of that panel was Jonah Platt literally saying all Jews have a deep embedded connection to the land of Israel. That is the unironic anti-Semitism. Okay? Jake Tapper did a full panel on your boy.
What?
Here, pull the chair. But also watch out for this thing. Which thing? That thing in the corner that like will move the desk.
So was the Jake Tapper segment like pro or against?
Felix Biederman in the building.
Hello, everyone.
International superstar. #1 anti-Semite in America.
I've never even been put on those. It's crazy. I don't know what I have to do.
It's actually unironically anti-Semitic not to feature you as an anti-Semite just because you're Jewish.
And there are like they do put Jews on there.
Who'd they put, like Norm Finkelstein?
Macklemore. You know, he had that song where he's like, "When I was in the 3rd grade, I thought that I was Jewish." Because I drove a Volvo and I stirred the peanut butter.
Okay, well, here.
It was called Same Love, and it was about his friend who is Jewish.
That he's gay for.
Yeah, and they were going to get married, but they couldn't.
Oh, they had to fly to Cyprus.
Yeah. And that's sort of why, you know, the reason for his activism. It's actually quite selfish.
Yeah.
So I'm you know, because of a 360 deal with my management, I do have to write articles for the forward. I know it's bad, but I really want to buy a boat.
All right, well, let's see what Jake Tapper had to say.
They are going nuts with the makeup. It's like, yeah, that's just a regular 71-year-old man.
Yeah,
with
he
no
looks
wrinkles.
hot. He looks sexy.
I mean, he is a good-looking guy, but it's like it's fine to age.
Yeah, and a fantastic writer, gangbanging in the media land. You already know.
That's my favorite. That kind of got me into media.
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer.
It was a Washington, D.C. White House Correspondents' Dinner weekend. I don't know, some shit
with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserves 11, dude. I'm saying it.
Who's that bigoted against?
Dude, holy shit.
Buildings?
Yeah.
Cantor Fitzgerald?
Yeah. Also, they made out like a bandit, or at least Howard Lutnick did.
Yeah.
He was the one who really benefited from that. The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
It's
like he's saying it's because I said Orthodox Jews are inbred. Which, you know, to be fair, out of the million times that I've said, out of the million times I've called, like, you know, every racial supremacist, ethno supremacist group inbred, you know, this is the one time where they could be like, well, we got him.
Yeah.
You know? Jake Tapper just announced part 2 of the panel on you. Oh, we're cooked.
Who's
dude.
on your panel? Who's on the panel about
Jonah
you?
Platt and Hamby, the Puck News guy.
I was just talking about Peter Hamby.
Yeah,
I was just talking about Peter Hamby on the episode we recorded. He wrote that article about Beto where he insulted the show, and he said they look like roadies from Mumford and Sons. And it's like,
wow, what a great reference.
Yeah, like
what a timely reference.
It was
from him.
dated in 2018, and I also thought, like, I listened to King Von, you asshole. I don't listen to. You know, my family had me listen to the old 97s. I listened to alt country, you asshole. But is Peter Hamby still the Snapchat guy?
I think so, which is strange for someone at that age, right?
Yeah. Do you think other places try to poach you? Do you think like Live Jasmine is like, we want you to head your politics department?
What was it? No. Roblox.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? I'm Peter Hamby, and today we're going to be talking about the Roblox marketplace.
All these places are trying to poach. Do you think like Kick is like, we need you?
Yeah, you're the GOAT.
Yeah.
You are the greatest of all time when it comes to doing these news hits. We need that shit.
My name's Peter Hamby. Today I'm going to be making out with the Island Boys and talking about the moderate lane in 2028.
All right, let's keep going.
All right.
It's Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews.
This part is really funny. Look, he flubs it. He gets so angry he can't even read it out loud.
Inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas.
As a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state. And the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue.
He doesn't even try to like defend the idea of like selling land on the city. It's just like, oh
no,
man.
no, I think he didn't know. He hadn't read the full tweet because it's really funny. He can't even like hit the line. Watch.
Right. Unequivocal. That is an equivocal defense of it. Like that's the joke.
Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker.
He just he got so mad he couldn't even get it out. He's like, the lesser of two. Why can't we kill him?
That was his verse. Like in 8 Mile, where you're Eminem.
Yeah.
That's after you're
well,
like
gangbanging in Media Land.
Well, yeah, that's why I thought of 8 Mile. You're like, but I know something about you. You what would be the thing? You wrote an article or two. And he would be like Papa Doc. He would choke.
Yeah.
Sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American. And
yeah, all the goats are here.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. The real movers and shakers in the Democratic Party. Third Way writing a Wall Street Journal op-ed.
They had two cones write that. I always feel like very inferior when I speak to a cone because they were like the best of the 12. They were like the strongest of the 12 tribes of Israel. And you have like the losers in my family.
The Biedermans?
The Biederman isn't even like, my dad's side, they were like Russian Jews who like were like, oh, everyone thinks German Jews are like the fanciest, so we should just go there. But they will go to Germany and we'll make up a German last name, Biederman, which means petite bourgeois. we'll get that name, but we still won't learn how to read. And then we'll f that up and then we'll come to America and make no money selling heroin.
And anti-Semitic, no Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the friends where he belongs.
Feel like these cones are like.
Hassan Piker has recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive
loser I am.
Three-way Democratic.
From my ancestors playing piano in the Russian military.
I mean, that's
come from a long line of losers.
That's kind of cool. That's not. I think that
might have been cool back then. I don't know. He might have gotten.
Granddad got.
He might have gotten some whiz on his thing.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when they're...
It's like really funny that they're giving advice while they're in contest.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm going to take this sincerely, actually. Like we're running a race against you, and I think you probably shouldn't do this thing. It's going to be really bad for you.
There's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state.
What about on the other side of that, being on the wrong side of an issue that's like 90-10 with Democratic voters?
Yeah.
Does that come up at all?
Yeah. Notice how Dr. Abdullah Sayed isn't turning around and be like, hey, guys, don't defend Israel here.
Yeah.
Because he wants to win, actually. So, he's going to be like, oh, nice. I'm glad that you said your piece on the issue of Israel.
I also don't like how in the last slide, they used a really wet photo of him.
Yeah.
I don't like wet journalism like that.
No, this is a terrible photo of me, too. It's like I look chunky as
Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
What was it?
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor.
Get it together,
primary.
Joe.
Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog.
Oh yeah, he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. It's just a thing that didn't happen, by the way. That's just a thing that people claim happened, but it didn't happen, but it doesn't matter.
Partner of Puck News.
Oh my
and
God, he
Peter,
looks so evil.
look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified.
Are they collaborators? No.
I can't believe he called the Palestinian resistance. I mean, that's what it is. They are that.
October 7th and on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think. By the way, Peter Hamby mogs me here. He's so in tune with the Snapchat audience. Watch what he says now.
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question, what it says about the party. I think Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hassan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul El-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there. And I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with America.
This is where he cooks my ass, dude. He's going to be like, he's not even relevant at all.
American Men Project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hassan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favor rating.
Wow, I can't believe only 50% of young people know who I am.
It's not like Peter Hamby.
Yeah. You better respect Peter Hamby. He's been putting he has been putting the work on Snapchat, texting every one of his 13-year-old fans to be like, hey, did you get my latest piece on Beto O'Rourke?
If you go to...
did you know Rahm Emanuel is running for president in 2028?
Peter Hamby has his finger on the pulse so much that his big article that I mentioned, where he said we were roadies for Mumford and Sons, was about how Beto is like, he has a chance to just crush everyone. Beto's a juggernaut.
Yeah, this is true.
I mean, this is sour grapes. I'm sad because like he owned me so bad. He's owning you.
Yeah,
but like
Peter Hamby famously also said, Beto O'Rourke gives me ankle cramping.
Yeah. yeah. He was the guy. He created. Steve Kornacki stole this from him. It was a state simulation heat map of Beto O'Rourke's support. That's what Beto O'Rourke is, like a pinky going up and just tickling that thing. Mm-hmm. But if you go anywhere on Earth, go to the nation of Gabon, go to North Sentinel Island. You could be like Muhammad Ali. They'll stare at you blankly. Michael Jackson. Who? Jack Harlow. What? Peter Hamby. And they're like, Snapchat.
Stop.
Snapchat politics reporter.
Like, stop.
Snapchat politics reporter Peter Hamby.
Yeah, everybody knows him.
Yeah.
But anyway, he doesn't end there. He also says, I'm very unfavorable.
He's negative 9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, we're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party.
Yeah, this is the one. This is the thing he's citing. Charlie Kirk is less known, according to that one, than me. But this is before he got,
Who did this?
Oh my God, Dr. Umar.
Ooh.
Top 10 least recognized public figures. No, this is saying Sneeko is more recognized than me, right? Or no? Oh no, it's saying. Wait, no. LeJuan James, C. Maldonado, C. E. Espina. Wait,
who are those guys?
Wait, what? Dean Withers, Tony Hinchcliffe. I guess it is more popular. Like they're saying Dean Withers is more popular, and Tony Hinchcliffe is more popular, and Dr. Umar is more popular, and I am more popular than Sneeko, Charlemagne, and Charlie Kirk.
Dude, who did this? Was this Peter Hamby just like texting people?
Who are the young men paying attention to? The Young Men Research Project.
This seems super reputable.
YouGov sample was weighed to match Catalyst turnout targets, reflecting a Trump plus 5 electorate. 34% said they voted for Trump, 29% for Harris. Bro, you can't see. It's top 10 least recognized public figures.
Oh, least?
Yeah, but like, does that? So these guys are less recognizable than us? Is that what that means?
This is a really bad. Whoever took this, they were not paying attention in their econometrics class.
It was a poll he did with the Snap story. Okay, stop. That's not how it happened. Charlie is more recognizable than me, and Sneeko is more recognizable than me, and Charlemagne's more recognizable than me. But I Mog, Dr. Umar, Tony Hinchcliffe, Dean Withers, LeJuan James, C. Maldonado, and all the others. I mean, this is bad data visualization. Regardless,
so should Madeline McDougal, whatever, you know her, the red-haired lady in the Michigan race. She should go.
McMorrow. Mallory
McMorrow. She should go on Kill Tony. Because according to that graph, I'd like to go on there. I wouldn't do any comedy.
To draw a line in the sand, Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Donny O'Sullivan responding.
Wait, didn't we see this?
Sub the
is. I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan.
The only two Jews thinking about
what the
Palestinians in the hand.
Young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker, and that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank.
Yeah, what doesn't make any sense about the whole like he's irrelevant is okay. Then why are you doing a panel?
Right.
Like that's my argument, because like the other guy who did this was obviously I don't know if you saw this or not, but one of the architects of the Iraq War, David Frum.
Oh yeah.
David Frum asked Claude and found out that Claude thinks that I am irrelevant. He like doesn't understand how anything works. So he was like, well, his live concurrent viewership is 36K on average, which is way less than the 900,000 viewership of MS Now.
What the David Frum's so dumb. It's also like
it makes you really reconsider whether he truly was an architect of the Iraq War. Well, I guess it also shows how far we've fallen off the map, because like those guys are infinitely more competent in comparison to
like Hegseth and you know one of Hegseth's like undersecretaries, he like follows me and a bunch of people, and apparently he's like notorious for having been like a Chapo listener for the first like 4 years of the show.
Who?
It's some guy. I should like actually know who this is. This is a bad habit of mine. I'll bring up something like this and I'll be like, yeah, there's some guy and his name is Chester Fix, and I'll look it up and that's not his name at all. I got several details wrong. I'm sorry. I'll figure out who this.
Right,
I'll figure out who I'm
he
talking about.
And then his favorable rating, he's -9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, we're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Donny O'Sullivan, Piker, to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic, he quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that, combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out.
To what? Just being like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, well, you got me.
It's also
You
really
got
funny.
me, pal.
It's also funny because it's like in this day and age, like no one is going around. Like Nick Fuentes does not have clips being like, well, you know, I've spent a lifetime combating against anti-Semitism. I find it to be a dangerous canary in the coal mine of fascism. You know, like that's not a thing.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. Ah, yes, the reviewing my media mention segment. What do you want me to do, man? It's been 5 hours. Take a day off.
In places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism.
Many years. It's kind of like a feather.
He's tapped in with my shit though. Like he's like saying, I can call out right-wing anti-Semitism, but I can't call out the more dangerous anti-Semitism of the left.
These are the
I'm sorry. This is such a bad title for a podcast, Being Jewish with Jonah Platt.
Yeah.
Tropes they use, and then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub Jew for Israel, which is
If I had a son,
the place
I
where
would
all Jews
punish him by
collectively
making him
have a
listen to a
connection
podcast called
to.
Being Jewish with Jonah Platt.
You notice that he did the thing where he like slammed immediately like, well, all Jews have a connection to Israel. So he's just like substituting
Yeah.
Israel for Jews.
Aren't these the same guys who are like, we should like never talk about trans stuff because it's just like not that many people and like it's tough, but just like the needs of the many versus the needs of the few.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there are more Americans who have had botched liposuction than Americans who have like a personal connection to Israel. Just like pure numbers. Like what the f- are we doing here?
The homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does.
Okay.
What a winning message.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Every time these guys try to like vilify me on the boundaries of Israel, it's probably bringing more people to my side where they're like, yeah, he didn't say that out of thin air. Benjamin Netanyahu said it. Donald Trump said it. Marco Rubio said it. Like all of the Gang of Eight that came out of that meeting looking terrified. We're all like, oh my God, we're going to war for Israel. So it's so stupid that is like his number one counter is like, well,
Yeah. It's also just like they can't defend the actual idea. Like anytime you are you go, okay, well, like what about the influence of like, any number of individual like high net worth super pro Israel donors or lobbying groups? What about them? They'll just go, oh, are we serious here?
Yeah. Oh, this is cool. Anti-Semitism, sweetie.
And at the same time going, well, every Jew has a connection with Israel. So they don't like, there's no like way to challenge that idea. So you're just left with the idea of like, implicitly saying, okay, well, Jews did do this, but like, you shouldn't say that. Which is such a
other thing
that is such a dead end.
No, or the other thing, which is quite literally people going, yeah, okay, well, I don't Jews. Like that's what's happening right now. People are just like, you've inundated people over and over and over again with the idea that like Israel is doing this for Jews, and if you criticize this, then you hate Jews. And people are like, okay, well, I've seen too many dead children, so I hate Israel. If you're telling me over and over again as a Jewish person that this is for you is the attitude that a lot of people have. They're like in this ham-fisted manner, like force-feeding anti-Semitism to people. It's insane.
They don't understand that like this isn't like people didn't just like see a tweet and they're like, oh, it's cool to be anti-Semitic now. Millions of people saw the worst images they have ever seen in their lives. And then this guy comes out there and he's like, if you don't like this, you're anti-Semitic. how does that not result in at least like a few million people going, okay, I guess I am then?
Yeah.
If it's between liking and hating that, then what the?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just like it's so ridiculous. And anyway, it's just like it's crazy because I still am uncompromising and do actually fight against anti-Semitism, and they still do this shit to me. But I guess that's the reason why they do it. I don't know.
He's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways when really his impact is just as harmful as any out and out anti-Semite. Just he's got a different name and he comes from a different wing of politics.
Come on, man.
This guy also that's on the panel has done like videos reading every single statement that Miss Rachel has made about Palestine. He's read like the hundreds of different statements that Miss Rachel has made and like gotten angry at it to an audience of 11,000 people on YouTube, on his YouTube VOD.
Like if Miss Rachel is just like, that's too outrageous, like what is acceptable?
Yeah, exactly.
What is okay then?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president or who might run for president if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing.
Yeah, Rahm Emanuel said he'd come on my stream.
All right, man. He is just...
It's so funny because I've asked none of these people to come on the stream.
I think you should have Josh Shapiro on. I think that would be fun.
Yeah, I'm
What's
down.
up, kinfolk? I was just getting right with my preacher man.
Yeah.
I just wanted to correct the record. I've never spun a damn dreidel. I ain't have no damn
this gets to something important with this.
Yeah, he's going to come up and be like,
two.
That's what he's going to say.
We need to tell Donald Trump, get your own damn fries.
Yeah.
This debate in Michigan, it's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hassan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as they say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate.
Look, he's totally conceding that, like, I'm not trying to cancel the guy.
Right.
But, like, don't put him on to stump for you, right? Like, what's the distinction then? Like, why do you get to make this decision?
Peter Hamby, by the way,
is smart, and they would
he
have
has one of the best. I don't know if it's still this way. One of the best self-authored Wikipedia articles I've ever read.
Oh, he wrote it himself?
It very much rivals Tyler Fisher.
Planty Andy, thank you for the 50 get the subs.
Damn. He's sort of like a successful Tyler Fisher, if you think about it. God, his eyes are so evil. It scares me.
The difference is
like, how in Elden Ring, how
that's my favorite Snapchat commentator, man. Put some respect on it, please.
I know. This is not a commentary on how good he is at being a Snapchat. He's better than anyone I've ever known.
Yeah.
But you know how in Elden Ring, how like every time someone talks to you, they're like, oh, you're tarnished. And it's implied that like anyone who isn't tarnished, they have the gold grace in their eyes.
Yeah.
This is like what tarnished people look like to people given grace by America and the Erd Tree. They have Peter Hamby's scary eyes.
Going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's...
Oh my God! Can you get some guidance of grace,
also,
pal?
what's really funny about this is like there's no moral equivalence here anyway. But it's like, dude, like Donald Trump had Little Pump and Jake Paul on stage.
Yeah,
like none of this stuff matters. Like you're trying to make it matter. It doesn't matter to you either, right? Because like, do you think these guys had any takes whatsoever to be like, why are you hanging out with Liz Cheney?
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? Like, why are you campaigning with Liz Cheney? No, of course not. They didn't have any issues with that at all. It's just what I represent, they have an issue with, and they're trying to find a way to make it like politically salient to be like, yo, don't do it. Don't link up with him.
You know who has said a crazier thing than you have ever said ever is Charlemagne.
What did he say?
He had some really segment that, just for fear of me not remembering right, I'm not going to try to totally summarize. And that's not to say him, because I don't know the entire, like, you know, I don't know if that was like him literally saying something he did. Like, probably not, considering how crazy it was. But if you're just going to do this thing of like tarnishing people by their associations, the point is you can do this with pretty much everyone in the Democratic surrogacy field already.
Yeah.
All of the guys who are already completely accepted, where no one bats an eye if a presidential candidate does it. This is just so selective, and you can no longer keep it cordoned off to one guy or another at this point. It's either no one or it's everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they think this is like... I mean, it's just not like a successful angle of attack. It's just so stupid.
It's so antiquated. It's for such an old theory and style of media. This maybe worked in the world where, like, you know, even people in the Trump administration could be fired because of articles.
Yeah,
We don't live in that world anymore.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And also, like, we have the audience, like they don't. The reality of the matter is, like, there's no more gatekeeping of that sort where you don't have the control that you used to have as far as like who's appropriate, who's inappropriate. And that's what the Democrats are like not reckoning with at all.
Yeah.
Republicans have understood that, which is why they also like don't have an issue leaning into their base anyway.
Yeah.
But even then, they're like desperately trying to figure out exactly how they can still court the Nick Fuentes fan base and like the Candace Owens fan base. And they're arguing amongst themselves a little bit because they recognize that like there's no way to like shut off that faucet.
Right.
Whereas Democrats think like, oh, we'll get like favorable coverage from Jake Tapper and we'll attack these like independent content creators and we'll be able to like dominate the airwaves about how bad this guy is. And part of the reason why they're doing it is because I do get favorable press coverage from a lot of mainstream outlets. And they read that shit and that pisses them off.
Yeah.
That's the reason why Jewish Insider will do like 11 articles. They've done 8 articles in the last 6 days on me. 8 articles. Like, am I the number one thing that American Jews should be caring about right now? Are you out of your mind, dude? And then also,
They're coming
one
out
of the
with new
articles was I'm
Volvos.
irrelevant. The other one was I'm irrelevant and shouldn't be paid attention
Yeah,
to.
that's perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's like,
by the way, I'm not even thinking about you.
yeah, like it's awesome. I'm glad that they did that. Yeah, I'm glad that they tied it up. Okay, then shut up about me. Democratic majority for Israel. Yeah, I mean it's over. It's just like ridiculous. There's no majority at all. It's a 90-10 issue. You've lost.
I think candidates should be able to go on.
The other thing that's strange about it is like, okay, well, if we're no longer in this world where a single article can like derail every staffing decision of a campaign or like completely there was a way to sidestep this defining you for a media cycle, then that also seems like it could be advantageous for Democrats. It could be advantageous for any candidate for anything. Obviously, there are massive downsides to it too, right? But like, just if you are this party, right, where you were so stymied by the way that in the view of the Democrats, is that like the media stabbed them in the back, then you should welcome this. Of course, the opposite is true. This entire strategy of like using mainstream media as a cudgel is so weird to me also, because it's like up until the Afghanistan pullout, but even after that too, a lot of mainstream media was sort of like, if not in the tank for Biden, certainly intent on protecting him. How well did that work? Yeah. How well did that work? I mean, like, I will argue that the liberal media and just the sigil organ of the liberal administrative state used the last bits of their magic to defend Brandon for another like 2 years.
Yeah, which
constitutes one of the greatest wastes of resources of all time. But it just like no, you guys, you can't do this to people anyway. Like you can annoy people and make life irritating for them, but you can't like completely get them out of the paint like you used to.
Yeah, no, it's done. And unironically, we're in a media environment where like if someone doubles down on that association, like Abdul's doing, they get rewarded too. Like he's now in the top 5 campaign contributions for the week on Act Blue in this last media cycle. So it, in my opinion, it totally backfired on them anyway.
Yeah.
And And like Bernie came out and was like, this is ridiculous. Like he does a great job talking about me, like saying, you know, they yelled at me when I went on Joe Rogan. We're not going to agree on everything, but it doesn't matter. You know, this kind of conversation is so stupid.
Yeah.
And because it is, most normal people look at this stuff and they think, yeah, why are we talking about this? Donald Trump is literally like, Donald Trump has made gas $1 more expensive per gallon because he went to war with Iran, a country that wasn't doing anything, by the way, at the behest of Israel. And this is your angle of attack? Like, fuck Israel. You know what I mean?
The thing that I always go back to and the thing that I worry about a lot is that it's encouraging where the Democratic base is with Israel. But I do get worried over the propensity of the Democratic base to fall in line, because we all remember those polls about how much Democratic primary voters love Medicare for all. Yeah. I do sort of think that we are in a brave new world of just how shitty Democratic leadership is.
But I think there's an opportunity there, which is why they're so desperately attacking people like myself, because I recognize the opportunity. I want to seize on it to elect people that normally would be unthinkable to elect into positions within the party. And just like kind of, even if it's not to like change the way that the caucus is shaped within the party structure, at least like offer a lot more prominence to individuals like that, individuals with like that represent a very different ideology, to get people more on board. You know, instead of having one Zoran or one Bernie Sanders, you have 10 of them, maybe 20 of them, and all of a sudden people are like, well, why can't we have more of this guy?
If there could be something where like you accomplish what a lot of those pro-Palestine protests in 2023 and 2024 did, where it was a much broader swath of people than anyone had anticipated, where the people who listen to, you know, the I've Had It podcast and the people who are over here can understand that at least like with Israel, they can be in the same place. They're seeking to accomplish the same thing. Then I can be pretty optimistic about it. But yeah, no, we'll see. I mean, it's a new look for Democratic voters, right? It's an easy group of people to scare in line, though. Maybe that will not always be the case.
Yeah, and there's still polls that are like, "What's your number one pick?" And they're like Kamala Harris, and
right. That's what.
So blackpilling to hear, but you know, who knows?
Yeah, the people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC. Right. But also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor
that was a real successful move by him.
Yeah.
Like,
is there anyone more transparent than that guy?
Dude, it's so funny because like when you do that, it's doubly worse.
Yeah.
Because like now you pissed off people who are pro-Israel and you pissed off people who are anti-Israel. And more like the number one thing that people hate about Democrats is like they're inconsistent. They're like they're slimy. They don't have like real moral backbone. At least like Republicans are assholes, but they like stand for something.
Yeah.
Democrats are always so afraid of like coming across as believing in things that it's just, you end up looking like a flip-flop, just as Kamala Harris did when she turned back and was like, actually, we're going to fund the wall. Trump is not serious about funding his own border wall. Like, you're an idiot when you say stuff like that, because the average voter goes, oh, what the you said Republicans were racist for years for wanting to build this border wall that's unnecessary. Now you want to build it, so you're conceding on that? Who am I supposed to believe, you know?
The worst thing you can be, the worst thing that someone can realize about you as a politician is that if someone yells at you loud enough, not even like a specific amount of people, not even a critical mass, just if they yell at you at the right volume, you will completely about face. That is the thing that makes me horrified for any further prospects for the AOC project. But it's also possibly like triply true for Grissom Gavin. He is the worst at that. Like, he is the most transparent person ever in all that shit. I am really interested to see what happens with him, because I get a very liberal DeSantis type vibe from him. DeSantis stood by the repugnant things that he says he believes.
Yeah.
But I mean, a liberal DeSantis in the sense that like that shit is not going to play outside of his home state. People think he just looks the part, and they don't realize that there's more than that.
Yeah.
Here.
And
the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get it.
Yeah, on Israel. No, come on my stream and defend Israel for Jonah Platt, dude. Anyone that wants to like become the president on the Democratic side or even on the Republican side in 2028, because I mean, as I say all the time, this is going forward going to be the most popular Israel will ever be. Tomorrow, Israel is going to be less popular than today, and yesterday, Israel was more popular than today. So what do you think is 2028 going to look like? Like, what do you think? You think people are just Israel's going to be able to like flip this all around, all magically, and then everyone's gonna be like, you know what, we were wrong. We love now.
Wait till gas gets even more expensive.
Yeah,
that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it, man.
Yeah, no, everyone's gonna be like, actually, we love Israel now. Please tell me more about how much, how awesome it is that my brother came back in a flag draped casket because he went out there after saying, I'm not dying for Israel and voting for Donald Trump. He actually did literally die for Israel.
Yeah. Again, it's a real, you'll have something to cry about type thing.
Chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being.
Yeah, you better call him out on his anti-Israel statements. By the way, Jonah Platt, like the guy that Jake Tapper had on to discuss this.
He's a lunatic.
Like, normal guy, dude. Who amongst us hasn't done a Children's platform, 12+ billion views, 19.2 million subscribers, more than the entire Jewish population on earth? This isn't fringe. This is how narratives get mainstream.
And her narrative is it's sad and bad when children are killed by bombs and bullets, and that shouldn't happen. That's her extreme narrative. It's not like, look, God bless her, right? Bless her. But she is not out there like, let's go IRGC. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's not teaching them quotes.
If that's not okay, just wait, man. Just wait.
Yeah, they do not understand what's going on. This person says the overwhelming majority of American public does not know who Hassan Piker is. The people who do are largely young, left-leaning, and disaffected, also known as voters. The Democrats desperately need to turn out for them in the midterms. Yeah. I'm going to be honest. I think a lot of this is the impact of like 8 years of steadily developing like a Hassan clip complex. There are legitimately people, if they were to like sincerely watch for a little bit, they'd be like, oh, I was just like, I misunderstood. Anyway.
Piker's situation's gotten crazy as Democrats are divided and don't know what to do about him, and so we asked him. 8 million people marched against him as Trump didn't show up to CPAC and his approval just hit 36%. In every Trump-Iran debate, he belongs in the party. Where you're seeing a divide. There's a big debate happening in the party.
Yeah, I did an 18-minute interview with Philip DeFranco on the Democrats divided
right now, with some candidates trying to embrace him and his platform to reach younger voters, and others thinking that he's just too toxic to touch. And that debate, it's getting pretty heated as we're in the primary season and with the midterms just around the corner. So one of the things that we've seen is that over in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary race, one candidate, Dr. Abdul El Sayed, announced a college campus tour next week that would include an appearance with Hassan. But then he was quickly condemned by the Michigan ADL, who accused Hassan of amplifying violently anti-Semitic rhetoric. Right now, El Sayed's two Democratic opponents, they also slammed him, with Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow saying Hassan says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes. And then you had Representative Haley Stevens also calling him the exact opposite of someone I'd be campaigning with. Right? If you're new to this space and if you're wondering why Hassan's so controversial to these politicians, there have been a number of controversies, but in general, a lot of it appears to have to do with his very vocal opposition to Israel and comments that he's made about what's been happening with Gaza. Because many of his critics have accused his criticisms of Israel of turning into anti-Semitism. And there you have people pointing to Hassan previously referring to some Orthodox Jewish people in Israel as inbred, many also feeling that he downplayed sexual violence that happened on October 7th.
They serve in the military and then they get their untrained inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Hassan also faced heat for saying that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, which he described as a fascist, settler, colonial apartheid state. And one of the things you see continuously pop up is that he previously said that Americans deserve 11.
America deserved, dude.
With that, he since said that the comment was inappropriate and that he never meant that the victims deserve to die. But these comments, they still come up anytime a prominent Democrat appears alongside Hassan. And so in the last week or so, we've seen Politico running headlines claiming that some Democrats want to shut off Hassan Piker's megaphone. The Wall Street Journal also ran an op-ed claiming that some left-leaning politicians are getting too cozy with Hassan. But then also with this, you had Hassan speaking to a CNN correspondent over the weekend, and he defended himself, saying,
It's a heinous smear, first of all. I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. That I think a lot of people cynically will say prominent critics of Israel are anti-Semitic. Are there critics of Israel that are anti-Semitic? Absolutely. I'm not one of them. I oppose and abhor racism, ethno-supremacy, racial supremacy of every sort. I'm against it. I'm an anti-fascist. I'm unapologetic about it. And I'm not going to compromise on that.
But also with this, the Michigan race isn't the only one where Hassan has caused tension. Right, he just interviewed Effie Phillips Staley, who's running for a congressional seat in New York, and she then faced a ton of backlash from Democratic groups in New York for appearing alongside him again, arguing that he promotes anti-Semitism and bigotry. But there you had Effie defending her choice to sit down with Hassan, saying, by narrowing our tent and refusing to engage with platforms that reach young people, we are effectively surrendering a generation of voters to apathy.
Also, if you guys notice something here, all of the candidates that people are yelling at, and myself included, are anti-Zionists. And all of the people that are yelling at us are, at most, lightly defending Israel or directly defending Israel. How interesting.
Or the far right. And adding, while I don't align with every word Hassan Piker has ever said, we must recognize the massive value of a platform that engages millions of young people in the democratic process. And saying, as Democrats, our job is to build bridges, not burn them. And on display, you've had other Democrats seeing the issue similarly. Just over the weekend, you had Bernie Sanders being asked about Democrats swearing Hassan off, to which he said,
well, I've talked to Hassan, and I think he's, doing in many respects a very good job. The bottom line is that we have got to communicate with people. It's fine to talk to everybody you know in your neighborhood. People agree with you on everything. But I've been on Joe Rogan's show, as you understand.
You got a lot of heat for that.
Of course I did. And I disagree with Joe Rogan on this or that issue. But the last that I heard, you can disagree with me, right?
Also, representatives like Ro Khanna, who's been on the show before, he's previously embraced Hassan's platform, with Khanna recently telling Politico that Democrats, they need to build a wider coalition, and quote, that must include engaging with Israel critics like Hassan Piker, as Pod Save hosts have done, and many progressive candidates have done. And adding, of course, I disagree strongly with some of his statements and point that out, but canceling people or shaming people like Hassan Piker, Sean Ryan, or Theo Vaughn is not the answer. Also, with all of this, you have some noting that when it comes to Israel, polling last year found that 77% of Democrats and 51% of independents think that Israel's committing a genocide. And so that's a big chunk of people who see eye to eye with Hassan on certain points. But still, you have many thinking that Democrats should run away. And so with this whole situation and debate just growing by the day, we actually reached out to Hassan Piker himself and some of the politicians who have been speaking out against him. Well, we're still waiting to see if, we can get one of those politicians on the books. And hey, there's nothing shady here. It was short notice. It was this morning. But we did hear back from Hassan Piker today. And like we try to do on the PDS, especially with the time crunch we have, we put
PBS. He has PDS. We got PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service. Ladies and gentlemen, Piker Broadcasting is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. That's right, Piker Broadcasting Service. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, real PBS, at a time when the public needs you the most. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today.
Out questions for him to answer, so they're on the record, and then you can decide how you feel. And we'll get right to that interview after the sponsor. It's deeply offensive. Fresh. I love Dan. To follow, which because as on stage, Danny Berry's by are publicly split. Into the news as promised. Here's our interview with Hassan. Hassan, Democrats.
G in solidarity. Thank you for the 50 bones. Russell Butt. Thank you for the 5. Resonosity. Resonosity. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Holy moly.
Are publicly split on whether you should be involved in campaigns, right? El Sayed wants you on stage. Stevens said you're the exact opposite of someone I'd be campaigning with. Slotkin said you sound deeply anti-Semitic. What is your response to elected Democrats calling you a liability?
I have the same attitude that Bernie Sanders demonstrated after his rally yesterday. It's I think there's a major split within the corporatist side, the corporatist flank in the Democratic Party, the people that are constantly trying to appeal to this like mythical moderate centrist voter, and that's been a demonstrable failure. And I think that the party's base actually understands that it's a demonstrable failure, so they're demanding more. And these guys they're losing their relevance, their institutional relevance, like a lot of these think tanks like Third Way and certainly advocacy groups like AIPAC, ADL. So they're just kind of trying to create pressure wherever they can. And I think they're very boomer minded because they think like when I go every single comment mentioning your name on the videos, calling you a grifter, tanky, imperialist, some variation of that, definitely organic. No, normies are not going to be swayed by that shit and stand next to a politician that actually benefits me. They don't realize that like politicians are coming to me because I can fundraise for them in a way that you really can't do unless in a way that you really can't do because it's like all individual donors from all around the country, right? This is not like a closed door private dinner, $50,000 a pop. Like this is like real people that appreciate what the candidate has to say and want to give $5 to $100. And then also on top of that, I have a fairly active audience that makes up the door knocker base, as I like to call it, like a lot of activists, advocates, labor union leaders, and lower level local politicians and the like, who when they get excited about a candidate, they want to do phone banking. Like there is the real grassroots momentum when candidates associate with someone like myself, and that's the reason why they do it, because it doesn't give me any like significant legitimacy when I appear next to a candidate. At least it doesn't work that way on the internet. No one really cares, right? And in the same way that like when I get favorable coverage from a legacy publisher, it's good for the managerial class. They read those papers, but it doesn't actually yield a real massive amount of eyeballs and attention that translates to like viewership and an increase in like people tuning in to my broadcast, as opposed to going on like Theo Vaughn. So they're both the old guard and desperately trying to maintain that old guard mentality by like trying to apply pressure to politicians that very clearly are more malleable, more persuadable. You get a couple lobbyist phone calls or big donors that give a phone call, and then you release a statement like the one that Slotkin did, which was so crazy. Like she openly admitted that she doesn't know who I am, and then very clearly was like reading a talking point that was given to her, but maybe she didn't even like fully understand the talking about, because she was saying the conflation between Jews and Israel is anti-Semitism, is like very anti-Semitic. And it kind of seems like Hassan does that quite a bit. And it's like, no, actually, I do the exact opposite of that. So that was like a funny angle. It wasn't even like quote mining to be like, well, this quote seems crazy or whatever, because like they all do that usually. There's like a couple of them flying around that the ADL disseminates. But she didn't even do that, where she just like went off on a tangent on something totally irrelevant and unironically antagonistic to my worldview, something that I have for years and years pushed back against.
Well, especially as we get closer to the primaries, though, I mean, we are going to see these things coming out of like just people, you endorsing people or you being with people trying to use things that you've said and done. So we do have to talk about that while I have you on, right? Because you've been accused of calling Orthodox Jews inbred, comparing Zionists to neo-Nazis, dismissing reports of sexual violence on October 7th, saying, I believe the quote, and once again, it could be a clip, so we'll get to that. It doesn't matter if it happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic of me, and posting that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. Which of those things would you say you stand by? Which of those things would you say you regret? And which of those things do you think are being misrepresented?
I think the ones that are being misrepresented pretty egregiously are like it doesn't matter if happened on October 7th or not, because that was actually an argument that I was having fairly early on with a chatter who was denying sexual violence or the likelihood of sexual violence happening. And I was telling him that this actually doesn't change the dynamic of genocide. Like this doesn't justify genocide at all. But that one has been misrepresented pretty egregiously. As far as the inbred comments goes, there's like a massive compilation of this out there of me like calling any kind of like ethno-religious racial supremacist an inbred, because A lot of these ideologies do revolve around genetic purity. But the idea that it's like directed at Orthodox Jews is ridiculous. It was specifically talking about, like, you know, settlers and settlers destroying aid and things of that nature. But I do understand that it can come across as insensitive. But so I will, as I told Politico, I believe, or the New York Times, you know, I'll try to be a little bit more careful with my language there. As far as the differences between Hamas and Israel, I mean, that I do stand by. I don't have an issue when people point to that to say, how could you say such a thing? Because my counter always is, okay, well, then argue against it. Explain to me why Hamas is a larger danger to the world, or a larger danger to the Palestinians, or a larger danger to Israelis than Israel is. Because Israel has committed a genocide. I think that's it comes across as like a statement that is out there, because it's not one that you hear from any American commentator at all. But it's still a reflection of reality. It's not even a defense of Hamas at that point. It's just it's a way to try to get people to understand, like, the severity of what Israel has done, and to also try to, like, make people understand that these are groups. Like, Palestinian resistance is not operating out of a place of, like, anti-Semitism in the way that it's been presented. It's operating out of a place of having an emancipatory need, right? This is 75 years of apartheid. It's a pretty brutal and pretty ruthless occupation that these people have been subjected to. You know, this is not an alien force that's, like, outside of the Palestinians. I mean, they do have internal dynamics. They have Palestinians certainly are not all of them are fond of Hamas or anything, but it doesn't matter, right? Because, like, the much larger problem here right now is the genocide that Israel's conducted and the apartheid that it continues to maintain.
And the last thing I'll get to regarding anything in the past, because there's a lot of stuff happening now I want to touch on, and I know that you're kind of limited on time. It popped up during everything with Mamdani, right? You said in 2019, America deserved.
This is the largest circle jerk I've ever seen. Oh, no, dude. You're mad that Philip DeFranco didn't, like, consistently go, well, should you have not said that? Should you have not said that instead? Do you think that would have been a more productive conversation?
Then you later called it inappropriate. Do you still think that the underlying argument was right and that just the phrasing was off? And if so, what is that? Or have you moved off that position entirely?
No, that was me talking about blowback, which is a concept that has academic consensus, right? And even in 2019, it had academic consensus. It's just that the way the language that I used was certainly not the best, especially because it can be misinterpreted and still is being cynically misinterpreted to this day. But I think at the end of the day, it's people leaning into quote mining and to be like, oh, this. I feel like it's just something I say about everyone regarding inbred comment is weak. Just say that it was wrong. Why? It's not. There's a 10-minute compilation of me calling, like, every white nationalist and white supremacist inbred. If someone is demonstrating ethno-supremacist, religious supremacist values, then calling them inbred is perfectly appropriate, because it's like a genetic purity test that they apply to themselves. Like, why do you want me to concede on a position that I don't believe? You just want me to lie at that point, right? You want me to eat the L, lie for the optics argument. You want me to do what Zoran did. Initially, he pushed back against the globalized the Intifada statement with the truth. And then he basically caved and said, you know what? Yeah, I don't say it, and I don't think other people should say it, or whatever. The person is not arguing in good faith. This is like an insincere person. It's a radical person. You said you'd be more careful with your language, but the risk of sounding like my guy. I'll always like how you say it, how it is. Yeah, I mean, it's the shortest possible explanation is that saying inbred had nothing to do with their Judaism in that situation, because you use the term against all manner of people who have nothing to do with Judaism. So Jews self-centering and getting offended is entirely baseless. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's much faster. One thing I have noticed is that, as you probably also know, I collaborate with politicians quite frequently. Bernie Sanders, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. I have had Tom Steyer on the stream. Like, I collaborate with politicians, especially in the primary season, but also in the off season as well. Greg Kazar, someone who I was a big advocate to win the Congressional Progressive Caucus leadership role, right? Like, I understand the internal dynamics of the party. I talk to politicians all the time. I talk to analysts all the time. And yet this issue only gets brought up when I'm campaigning or when I'm when I'm working alongside Muslim candidates. Like, the major blow-ups have only happened twice. First with Zohran Mamdani, where Andrew Cuomo was trying to associate me with like Islamic radical terrorism and then tie him back to that as well. And now they're doing the exact same thing to Abdullah al-Sayed. So I think it's in some ways a not so subtle, but certainly more subtle than like Randy Fine way of terror jacketing a candidate. Like to say like this candidate is platforming a person who black YouTuber is calling you out. What? Let me guess. Reheating my old nachos. Hassan Piker doesn't like black people. Thank you, chatter. Here, take a week off. And also, we will not be watching this video. I love that anytime I'm in the news, every single YouTuber, TikToker goes back into this like long-standing drama-focused, manufactured outrage lines. Everyone has their own lane, you know? Everyone has their own lane, but they all collectively press the Hassan button. Okay? Go ahead, you know? I'm still here. Keep chirping, keep yelling, okay? Keep yelling about how I'm engaging in, I've demonstrated anti-blackness, okay? Keep chirping about how I'm a dangerous misogynist, anti-black, all this. The latest one that I think is really funny is they're saying that I'm like anti-Asian, you know? It's always the same nonsense. It's things that I've addressed a million times over, things that I've even apologized for at in some instances. What the you bring that over here? Seriously. He's just setting you up for a W. We watched it earlier on Sean's stream. The same woman then turned around and scolded a chatter for asking her to talk about Uganda. Yeah, I'm not going to watch that. I don't think there's any reason to give it any attention whatsoever. These people do not care. They're not being sincere. Okay. How do you handle the pressure? I should put my head down and keep pumping. Okay. Who might be a dangerous radical, right? But it's ridiculous, especially because the issue that they're doing it on is Israel. And this ties back to the boomer mentality that I was mentioning earlier, because Israel's a 90-10 issue, especially in the Democratic Party's voter base, right? So they are weirdly aligning themselves on the opposite side of an issue that's a 90-10 issue. They're siding with the 10%. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is like, no matter how much quote mining they can engage in, or no matter how much they try to say like, oh, I'm a radical person, I think most people, especially after the last 2.5 years, kind of understand that this happens to anyone who puts themselves out there and says, free Palestine, says they're on board with Palestinian emancipation, that Palestinians deserve statehood, dignity, sovereignty. There's always a barrage of hatred, down to the likes of Miss Rachel, who is an immensely kind person, like an impossibly kind person, who just simply says things like, I don't think children deserve to die, right? So it's ironically another thing that I talk about quite a bit as far as like the dilution of the term anti-Semitism, which is a severe crisis regardless. But this kind of dangerous conflation, this false conflation between Zionism and Judaism, paired up with like these barrage of attacks against people who are advocating for Palestinian emancipation and consistently calling them anti-Semites, pairing people like myself up with morally repugnant worldviews like Nick Fuentes. I think that is a spectacular failure in terms of combating anti-Semitism. I think it actually leans into anti-Semitism. It makes people no longer take anti-Semitism allegations seriously. And it also legitimizes the likes of Nick Fuentes rather than delegitimizes someone like myself.
So I was going to ask you, right? Because Mal.
Embarrassing to say, but for years I heard vague stuff about you being a misogynist, so I kind of avoided. Eventually pulled up to the stream because I was bored and curious, and now I watch you relatively frequently. If anything, I think this panic stuff backfires overall. The panic stuff wouldn't actually backfire if there was truth to it. The only reason why it backfires is because for every 10 people that say, ooh, I'm going to avoid this guy, I'm not actually going to listen to him, there's at least like 2 to 3 people that are new that go, you know what, I'm going to check this out for myself. And when they come in here, they realize that that was a lie, right? That's it. You can either try to find the quote that people are presenting and go 10 seconds 10 seconds after the quote or 10 seconds before the quote to figure out what the context actually is. Or if you don't want to do that, you could just like tune into the broadcast. You very quickly realize that I stand for certain values unconditionally in an uncompromising manner. Am I vulgar? Absolutely. Is this not the best presentation that you might be used to? Certainly, right? I do have a bro-y style, and I do engage in vulgarities with regular frequency. Right? That's true. I do that. That's me. I'm not going to change that. I can't change that. I think that would be insincere. I don't even know if I have the capacity to change that because I'm live for 8 hours a day. Okay? In my opinion, when you take the this is bullshit angle, it's much stronger than the apologetic explanation angle. Anyway, let's continue.
Larry McMorrow, she compared you to Nick Fuentes in that you are someone who says offensive things to generate clicks and attention. That's a paraphrase of what she said. What's your reaction to being compared to a white nationalist by a Democrat? And do you think that comparison?
I saw someone share a clip on that bullshit anti-black smear that Chatter tried linking earlier, but they did that thing where they accidentally included too much context and it made your point cogent. Yeah.
Is being made in good faith, or what do you make of it?
No, I don't think that comparison is being made in good faith. I will... To be as charitable as possible, I don't think Mallory McMurrow knows who I am. I think she just got talking points and thinks that this is like a viable way to draw a line in the sand between herself and Abdul al-Sayed, because they're both in like the anti-Zionist lane. They're competing for votes in the anti-Zionist lane where the votes are, but then all the donations are on the pro-Israel lane, right? And Stevens is actually the pro-Israel candidate. She's the AIPAC candidate in this race. So it's very clear, you know, her position is already established, right? Everybody understands it. But I think this was McMorrow looking at the three-way race that's taking place that's within a margin of error and deciding maybe I can be the viable, Israel curious candidate here and try to moderate and maybe get AIPAC off my back. Which, we'll see if it even happens, because these are the types of things we have to pay attention to now. It's really strange. It's not even about policies necessarily. It's more so about like what kind of subsidiary corporations is AIPAC going to set up that will not have the word Israel in it at all, and how they're going to launch unlimited amounts of money. Because sometimes they are going to boost McMorrow, and sometimes they might even boost Abdul al-Sayed. I was in the Tulsi Jimmy Dore Nico House crowd, and the argument was if you were a true leftist, you wouldn't have algorithm traction. The gaslighting worked on me until I started seeing anti-vax stuff and felt off. Years later, Twitch recommended denims, and she undid their propaganda about true progressivism for me and gave me a positive view of you. Then October 7 happened, and I gave you a shot. That's so funny. I love how, because I have haters in every part of the political spectrum, even those who consider themselves to be the true leftists, even though they keep leaning into MAGA over and over again, like the Jimmy Dore crowd. Okay. There is some lane for everyone. If you're if you're looking for outside of the box thinkers or whatever, and you fall down the Jimmy Dore Nico House pipeline and you don't realize that they're just like straight up serving you MAGA propaganda over and over again, you're like, oh yeah, that does make sense. He must be too palatable. Meanwhile, if you look at the real world, if you look at like the actual politicians and mainstream news, and even on the internet, everyone's calling me over and over again. It's so ridiculous. I first heard of you on a gaming website where the author referred to you as her daddy, so I didn't bother watching you. Then through the Palestine conflict, I started seeing clips, and now I tune in regular. I found your takes well thought out. Much respect. Hell yeah. A little bit. If they feel like there's a battle between McMorrow and Abdul al-Sayed where like Stevens can win out at the end. So it's this complex machinery that I think undermines the principle of democracy. But we'll be paying close attention to it.
Do you think that might be connected? I mean, you have AOC, Ro Khanna, other prominent progressives, right, appearing on your show, people like Bernie Sanders, backing candidates on the campaign alongside you. But when many of them are pressed on specific comments, whether it be about Jews and Israel, most of them won't address those comments directly. Like, do you think that the elected officials who associate with you publicly but won't defend specific things you've said, like, does that stand out to you? Do you think that's just playing the game? What's your take there?
I think I should never be the conversation. So I think it's totally appropriate for these politicians to be like, guys, there's going to be things that we disagree with. And there are things that we disagree with, not on the issue of quote unquote Jews, obviously, but like there are going to be differences in opinion. It's healthy, it's normal, it's understandable, right? So I think they're just covering their bases by being like, it doesn't matter if we have disagreements, I'm gonna talk to this person. I think they're just trying to signal it in a way that is like the most appealing to the broadest base. I don't expect politicians to just like run around and defend every clip out of context. They're not my fans, right? These are people that I work with. These are people that I want to fight for an agenda, and they are fighting for an agenda, so I support them. And if they stop fighting for an agenda, I will stop supporting them. But at the end of the day, this is an insincere conversation. So I do appreciate any kind of defense, because I understand, or at least they understand, that this battle is for who gets to retain control over the party, right? And I think they are just using me as an entry point. So when they're yelling at me and they're saying I'm radical, they're actually yelling at the base, because I do have a lot of fans, but I also am a megaphone for a lot of people who don't even know who I am, right? Like, these are people that I meet on the streets when I go to these protests. These are people that are totally outside of my demographics, that are also expressing the same anger and discontent towards the Democratic Party's ineptitude, its feckless nature, against the growth of fascism in this country. So they've arrived at my position without hearing my commentary at all. So I'm not this like singular being that is. People have no basic reasoning skills. Is annoying. I knew Hassan was cool before I started listening to him recently, because I already listened to podcasts hated by the same people who hate Hassan, like Chapo. I'd heard, wait, Chapo doesn't hate me? What are you talking about? Are you saying that me and Chapo share haters? I'd heard him guest on other podcasts, but I only started regularly listening to Hassan Abashim at the beginning of the Epstein Fury. Glad to be here. Hypnotizing the base of support into demanding more radical things. I'm just a megaphone. I'm just one person, right? So for them to highlight me like this, I think boost my profile. It's rather flattering. It's definitely annoying that I have to like deal with all these, clips out of context, or just, I hate being misunderstood. I don't think anybody likes being misunderstood professionally. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of politicians also recognize that this is more so an ideological battle that's taking place in the Democratic Party. Are we going to have a left flank Democratic Party that represents the interests of the working class, or are we going to have a Democratic Party that continues along with this aesthetic posture against Trump, if at that places the interests of corporations over the interests of the people? And I think that's the real battle here. It's not me.
Well, on the note of your fans, and this will be the last question for you, there are millions of young people who watch you. They align with your politics. They feel deep, like completely locked out of the Democratic Party. If Democrats decide that you're radioactive, they cut ties, they keep pushing you, what do you think happens to those voters? Where do they go? What do they do?
I think we just go back to square one, right? I mean, that was like how it was in 2016. I don't care if politicians in general are just like, oh, I don't want to be along. I don't want to appear alongside this person. My commentary is not going to change, right? Like, this is not about my own personal feelings. Will it signal to me in some ways that like they are running scared, which I do think is a big problem with even some of our best candidates so far? Sometimes I think they are too conciliatory, too conceding to these groups that apply a tremendous amount of pressure by way of both the media and through direct phone conversations that they have with candidates. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, beyond that, it says nothing to me. I always repeat to my audience as well. I will have disagreements with even someone like Zoran, who I admire, who I love, who, I talk to with regular frequency, but there's going to be disagreements there, right? But at the end of the day, it's just all about putting the policy in the bag, little bro. Just put the policy in the bag. I don't care. We don't have to be friends. It's great. He's a wonderful guy. But we don't have to be friends. As long as you are fighting for the working class, I'll be there. I'll defend you when you are doing defensible things. And if you're doing indefensible things, I'll criticize you.
Hassan, thank you for the time, man.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
And so with all that, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, reactions. What did you agree with? What did you disagree with? Why? And of course, looking forward, if we get a response from any of the politicians that have said things on the record, would love to get their comments and reactions as well. Right, and then from that,
what do we think? Did you guys get filled in? Why are there no comments about it? I wanted to see if there were comments. Having interviews on the PDS is one thing to include clips of people, but giving space to answer questions like this feels the highest form of journalism. Hassan Piker refused to endorse Kamala Harris, saying she would be just as bad for policies as Trump, and told his audience not to vote for her. He's literally toxic to Democrats, and his entire ideology hinges on the downfall of our current electoral system. Sort by controversial. This ain't Reddit, little bro. You can just do newest or top. Hassan has issues with his commentary, but ultimately is incredibly self-serving in everything he does. He definitely has a worthwhile platform that could be helpful to Democrats, but he has many other questionable comments and glazing to answer, or at least acknowledge. Try questioning him on a stream and you are met with his baby rage and ultimately banned as he refused to answer for his mistakes and terrible takes. It's so funny that these guys literally are still, it's 2026, and they're still doing this shit. glazing. Yeah, you got banned. I'm not the one baby raging. You're still baby raging in the comments of a Philip DeFranco video. Ban chatters, but her chatters in the comments. The Hassan derangement syndrome is going to be absurd in the comment section. If you don't like or disagree with him, it's fine, but you can't say his haters don't act like lunatics. I don't think Hassan is anti-Semitic. I just think he's deeply unserious. Pretends to want change, but can't compromise on anything at all. And just about purity testing. Like when Moist Critical started speaking up about Israel, instead of being happy, he was just mad. That's not true. Literally, I gave him praise. Yeah, there was one person that I said, it was published 56 minutes ago, and isn't it like 45 minutes long? The comments aren't going to be people who watch for a bit. It's true. Hassan Bud, that comparison is closer than you think. That's why people don't want to associate with you. Maybe not as bad as a neo-Nazi, but for sure far, far left. I'm glad you were around, though. People that are so far one-sided or the other may actually make independent Canada possible one day. Who am I kidding? It won't. I'm so tired of the Hassan writing. I agree the left needs a major unifying figure. It is not Hassan by a massive shot. To simply paint Hassan's controversy as being largely because he's anti-Israel just shows you haven't done your homework. Hassan has done multiple controversy. Dude, this is, I'm going to be honest, I think a lot of this is the impact of like 8 years of steadily developing like Hassan clip context complex. There are genuinely people who would just like, if they were to watch, there are legitimately people, if they were to like sincerely watch for a little bit, they'd be like, oh, I was just like, I misunderstood. But they have a barrage of like, AstroTurf talking points that they could just like slam into everything. Yeah, these guys all love Zoran now, by the way. Yeah, and they didn't. Yeah, it's only a crazy position because you accept the maliciously false idea that Piker is a genocidal anti-Semite. Anyone who's actually listened to the show knows that that is not true. And it's a particularly absurd accusation coming from supporters of Israel's mass slaughter in Gaza. Yeah. No, that's what it is. It's like people that have like deluded themselves into believing this nonsense, right? And they just continue along with this nonsense.
The government failed.
Dude, come on, George. The f is wrong with you, man? George, there's one party that is not invested in diplomacy. It's the American government. What the f wrong with you? Why are you letting him get away with this lie?
All right, so this.
Oh, yeah. The stripper has single-handedly caused an offset crisis and panic amongst ex-military careers. Osen strippers, hold the line. Double your army brass seduction efforts. America decides, who do you trust more when it comes to whether the troops are getting deployed? Osen strippers or manifesto publishing access journos? Strippers are basically like the Pentagon pizza indicator, the Pentagon pizza index for troop deployment. Another index that you can pay attention to is Facebook Marketplace. If you see a bunch of troops all of a sudden on Facebook Marketplace selling all of their materials, okay, doing a full house sale, just know that they're being deployed, okay? And both of these things are happening. Yeah, they're already getting combat patches. They're selling their trucks. They're selling their tools. They're selling their TVs and shit all over Facebook Marketplace.
So I work at a strip club next to like several military bases, and something I have noticed lately is all the military guys are coming in and they're spending all of their money, and they're just like, it's sad. Like they're like kind of depressed, and they're like just coming in like, oh yeah, we're gonna have fun. Like we're getting, what is it called? Deployed? Like we're getting deployed next week, or like this is happening. I don't know. I don't want to spread misinformation or anything, but it's just like they're.
By the way, strippers are better than the entirety of the Osen community. I'm sorry. I mean, look, even the fact that she's like worried about spreading misinformation, I ain't never seen an Osen account demonstrate that level of restraint ever in my entire damn life.
A lot of them are really kind, and to see these like young guys that look like my pinky toe, like they're like fetuses coming in and then dancing with them and then being like bye, and then it's actually like making me emotional. Like
turns out the stripper does care about you. That's funny. Yeah, true. Anyway, here you have an Osen account. One of the Osen guys, I forget his name, but he's like a big Ukraine guy. Also complaining about military ruining OPSEC. Let's take a look.
So this is going to be more of a public service announcement video than anything else. I want you to take a look at this picture right here above me. So it says, get ready with me as a stripper in Central City, Colorado. So this video was posted on the 12th of October of 2025, which means about 5 months ago. So it's safe to assume she probably still lives in the same location in that city. She posted another video very recently that's been going viral all over the internet. and I want you to listen to it.
Okay, so I work at a strip club next to like several military bases, and something I have noticed lately is all the military guys are coming in and they're spending all of their money, and they're just like, it's sad. Like they're like kind of depressed, and they're like just coming in like, oh yeah, we're gonna have fun. Like we're getting, what is it called? Deployed? Like we're getting deployed next week, or like this is happening. I don't know. I don't want to spread misinformation or anything, but it's just like a lot of them are really kind, and to see these like young guys that look like my pinky toe, like they're like fetuses coming in and then dancing with them and then being like bye, and then it's actually like making me emotional.
Troops are going to go out to adult entertainment clubs. That's just the facts. You're not going to change that. Pretend like that's not going to happen, but it's going to happen. An adult entertainer is not going to get the same training that you get. She doesn't get operational security briefings. She doesn't do operational security annual training every year. She doesn't know that like she shouldn't post videos about her location, troop movements, and things like that on the internet. She doesn't know that stuff. She's not trained in that, and she shouldn't be expected to know not to do that. You got to remind your folks, like, hey, don't talk to your barber about when you're deploying. Don't talk to your adult entertainer, about deploying or when you're leaving or what you're doing or like dates and times and locations and stuff like that, because a lot of the time they don't know any better, and they're going to post a TikTok video about it. And it took me all of 5 seconds to look up where she was from, and then it's easy for me to infer what bases she's talking about. And then if you're a foreign actor and you're interested in finding out troop movements from the United States, you can just dig a little deeper and like use some open source intelligence to find out where these people are coming from, where they're leaving to, and when they're leaving, and all that stuff. And that's a problem, right? At the individual level, you can stop this from happening by not communicating to your adult entertainer, very nice, very kind adult entertainer lady, or your barber or your server at a restaurant. Obviously, you can tell your parents and your family. Don't tell anybody about this stuff, because you can talk to them, and I would expect people are going to talk to their family. Just kind of a public service announcement. Thought it was important to mention, because people are going to do what they're going to do. You got to be a realist.
In France, we just use Strava to follow our troops. Yeah. Well, Strava has been has outed like secret American military installations in the past. So like they added that in the OPSEC, because you would have like troops with their Strava armbands like running around secret bases, like secret military installations, and it actually exposed a bunch of locations. So the American military stopped it. Apparently, the French military, on the other hand, did not get that memo, because we found out that there was a French aircraft carrier, Charles de Gaulle, making its way towards the Iranian coastline, because there's this one French soldier in the middle of the sea just looping around. Like moving and looping around on the Strava armband, tracking their workouts. Is pretty hilarious. The news figured out where my unit deployed to because a guy used his credit card at the Jamba Juice on base, and his wife told the news. Yeah. French sailor reveals position of aircraft carrier with his fitness app. Run track app Strava shows Charles de Gaulle as he steams across the Mediterranean. It's hilarious, dude. Bro's getting his steps in. Yeah, I mean, obviously there was that Bellingcat article where U.S. soldiers leaked nuclear site duress words using a note cards app too. That was another famous case. This one I just find very funny, because you can see like the little loops. God forbid a guy go for a swim. Yeah, exactly. Someone needs to create a People's Bureau of OSINT analysts who track the pizza meter, stripper index, and the gay bar gauge to tabulate the data in real time. Yeah. Why doesn't the Army just directly hire strippers to work on base? Wouldn't be more safe for OPSEC? Are you kidding me? In this country? It's just not open source. Isn't War Thunder part of OSINT because military keeps leaking military capabilities on Discord arguments? Yes. War Thunder is like something that the American military and security clearances has to pay attention to, because so many War Thunder enjoyers have unironically leaked classified information about military capabilities in order to win arguments on like Discord servers, War Thunder Discord servers, or War Thunder forums in general. Yeah, War Thunder and World of Tanks are the two most fandoms. People who literally, it's like the truck driver who is a commercial truck driver who then does the truck driving simulator at night. These guys can't get enough of like playing with these tools, even if they literally work on them in real time, in real life, they basically are like, that's what happens when you have like people who are genuine fans and are genuine real life autists who make it their whole lives and will get into arguments on the internet and will own people by leaking classified information. Yeah, you say one wrong thing about some vehicle and other people reply with classified schematics. Also, last night, Financial Times had an interview with everyone's favorite president, President Donald Trump, where he told the Financial Times a couple incredible quotes. One, he wants to seize Iran's oil. To be honest with you, my favorite thing is to take the oil in Iran. Specifically considering taking Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub. Compares it to Venezuela, saying the U.S. could control oil there indefinitely. Trump claims Iran has no real defense there. I don't think they have any defense. We could take it very easily. Acknowledges it would require occupation. It would also mean we had to be there for a while. Trump claims scale of bombing. We've bombed 13,000 targets. We've got about 3,000 targets left. Claims regime change has effectively already happened. Describes a new leadership as a totally different group of people, very professional. I genuinely think we're not taking Karg Island, by the way. The more he says Karg Island by name, the more I believe that we're not taking Karg Island. Rubio's announcement today was insane. On Good Morning America, Secretary Rubio says, here are the clear objectives of the operation. You should write them down. Let's take a look.
Okay, and that's what this is. It's about very specific objectives. The president laid them out on the first night of the operation. I'll repeat them to you now because I hear a lot of talk about we don't know what the clear objectives are. Here they are. You should write them down. Number one, the destruction of their Air Force. Number two, the destruction of their Navy. Number three, the severe diminishing of their missile launching capability. And number four, the destruction of their factories so they can't make more missiles and more drones to threaten us in the future. All of this so that they can never hide behind it to acquire a nuclear weapon. That was our objective from the beginning. That remains our objective now. We are on pace and, in fact, ahead of schedule on some of those things, and we are going to achieve those things in a number of weeks, not in a number of months.
Great. What happened? I thought we were liberating the Iranian people. Oh, well, I guess we totally dropped that one. Okay. Wait, I thought it was about nuclear capability, the Iranian people rising up and opening the Strait of Hormuz. The more this admin clarifies objectives, the less clear this insane war becomes. It turns out, you know what the real secret is? It's none of those things. Okay? It's none of those things at all. It's just we leaned into Israeli intelligence, Israeli assessments, and they played Donald Trump like a fiddle, where they just straight up were like, you'll go in, we'll do regime change. It'll be just like Venezuela, in and out, 4 days max. 4 days of bombing max. Okay? And that's obviously not what's happened because we're 30 days in, right? We're 30 days in with no end in sight and things are getting worse and worse. They've been able to like at least manipulate the markets a little bit, right? To not show exactly how devastating this has been for the energy markets. Israel's goals were always entirely different than the administration's goals. Israel's goals were always about complete destabilization, okay? Complete destabilization, complete destruction of Iran and Iranian existence in its entirety. They don't give a about regime change, obviously. And here we are. And meanwhile, this has been such a devastating sequence of defeats for America and Israel that Iran has a stronger grip over the Strait of Hormuz now than ever before. They not only effectively shut down the Strait of Hormuz, but they also control all the oil tankers that go through, and they're actually forcing the non-hostile countries to pay a toll in Chinese yuan. Right? Iran going in for the long haul and imposing sovereignty in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, they are also passing a bill now. If this becomes law inside of Iran, they will impose a toll system in rials, ban passage of U.S. and Israeli vessels through the strait, assert Iran's sovereignty over the strategic waterway, ban any country that imposes unilateral sanctions against Iran. Oman is slated to help shape the legal framework, Faris said. Okay? And you need to understand something. This is de-dollarization. And it's already happened. It accelerated after Russia invaded Ukraine because America's reaction to Russia invading Ukraine was to basically weaponize the SWIFT system, forcing Russia, a major oil provider, to move away from the petrodollar. Because Russia was like, okay, well, if you're going to sanction every dollar that we make off of our petroleum sales, our oil and gas sales, then we're not going to use that anymore. And ever since then, if you look at the actual data, the trade in general, like global trade, since then has actually fallen off of a cliff. We did that, okay? We did that. We forced the hand of all of our foreign adversaries by, one, sanctioning every country that is in the periphery, and on top of that, offering tight controls over whatever they can trade and can't trade. And the U.S. dollar share of global foreign currency reserves have fallen to its lowest level in this century. In 2000, at its highest peak, was at like around 65%, 60% or so. Now it's at 40%. Saturday afternoon, Trump urged everyone to watch Mark Levin, okay, who has demanded that I get kicked out of the country, actually, deported. That's what he said. Let's take a look.
Two important questions as we enter another week of this war. One, where is the president getting his information? What are his sources? A recent NBC report indicated that he watches a highlight reel of strikes inside Iran, showcasing U.S. military successes. That raises concerns about whether he's being told the full story about the war day by day. So where is he getting his information, and who is he talking to in the press or in the media to get his message out? For example, earlier today, Trump had a phone interview with a reporter from an Israeli TV network who relayed his messaging about the Iranians begging to negotiate. But check this out from yesterday. I thought this was a really interesting, revealing True Social post. Trump saying, hey, everybody, tune in to Mark Levin's show on Fox. He's going to have an interview with the, quote, brilliant Mark Thiessen tonight at 8 p.m. So here you have Trump yesterday acting like a Fox News programmer, urging everybody to tune in to Fox, specifically because they'll discuss the importance of hitting Iran hard. Now, that strongly suggests to me that the president had talked to Levin or the guest ahead of time and knew what was coming up. So
Yeah. And what did Mark Levin say, by the way?
Take a look. Here was Mark Levin, who is an Iran war hawk, urging the president to send in some forces.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons. And we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, too. We've got to get the uranium.
Yeah. Let's listen to the whole thing. There's a minute. It's a minute and 19 seconds long. After Donald Trump promoted this Fox News special, if you want to understand like where he's going from here on out, Mark Levin is making the case for him.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons. And we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, too. We've got to get the uranium. If it cannot be destroyed, if it cannot be altered, we got to get it. For the reason I just said. You can make dirty bombs, and over time you can still make sophisticated missiles. So you need to get to the uranium. That's why I'm reading in the paper, we're talking about the 82nd Airborne, we're talking about these various special forces and the various military services and so forth. He's not talking about sending regular army and infantry in by the hundreds of thousands. The men he's talking about, the units he's talking about, they are specialized. And you know what else? I remember from my days in the Reagan administration. Many of them are trained for a moment like this to try and secure enriched uranium.
Yeah, they're not. Okay, this is an unbelievably complex, if not outright impossible mission to conduct. Okay, troops flying over contested Iranian airspace to get to Isfahan is already impossible to begin with. But then also on top of that, you're talking about transporting a ton of enriched uranium. Okay, how are you going to do that? How are you going to take packaged 1,000 pounds of uranium, even if it's like not even a certainty that the enriched uranium is in the Isfahan facility, because you don't even have the intelligence. Bomb it? So bomb it, 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium. This talking about dirty bombs. So you're saying you're just gonna explode underground 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium and basically deploy multiple nukes worth of radiation. 19 nukes worth of enriched uranium exploding on Iranian soil. That is a very sophisticated operation that is virtually impossible to conduct, even if America had a runway, established bases that were free of Iranian rocket fire, okay? Like a launching pad. To do that with no air superiority whatsoever, as you are signaling that you're going to do that a week ahead of time, it's unbelievably stupid. It's not going to happen. I just don't even think it's going to happen. I don't even think they can find the uranium. I know. How are they going to find the tunnel systems? Like, let's say, what are they going to do? Dig it out from the rubble? Like, there's no guarantee that this facility already still contains the enriched uranium. This is from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists analysis. Iran likely transferred highly enriched uranium to Isfahan before the June strikes. Satellite imagery shows that Iran could have transferred to Isfahan up to 540 kilograms, possibly all of its highly enriched uranium inventory before the June strikes last year. 10 days of enriched uranium enrichment to weapons grade, long enough. There's no guarantee that it's there. And on top of that, it's virtually an impossible mission. And on top of that, once again, highly difficult to, like, you need to, it's not just like Navy SEALs that you can send on this operation. It's a trap. They're going to die there. But also you have to have like specialists along for the journey, because a bunch of Navy SEALs have no idea how to handle enriched uranium. A former CENTCOM commander talks about this. What boots on the ground in Iran could entail, according to a former CENTCOM commander. None of this makes sense. Yeah, once you're dropped there, you're on a timeline. You're setting yourself up for an ambush. He later brought on Thiessen to paint Iran with the same brush as Al-Qaeda. Oh, Mark Thiessen, in the Mark Levin interview, Trump urged all his followers to watch, makes the case for troops on the ground in Iran. We have to get what Donald Trump correctly calls the nuclear dust.
Of the leadership, including bin Laden's son, escaped from Afghanistan to Iran, were given sanctuary by the Iranian regime, and they've been using it as a hub for terror around the world. And Al-Qaeda and Iran have teamed up for a series of terrorist attacks against us. People don't realize this, but we remember the bombings of the embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, which should have been our warning that 9/11 was coming. That was planned, and the terrorists were trained by Iran for doing that, because Al-Qaeda didn't know how to bring down buildings, so they turned to Iran in order to get the training to do that. So the idea that Iran, which is Shia, and Al-Qaeda, which is Sunni, would cooperate is not beyond measure. In fact, I mean, the Hamas is Sunni also. Iran.
Bro, comparing Al-Qaeda to Hamas is so funny. I'm sorry. All these other Salafist or Wahhabist groups are antagonistic to Iran. They have, in some ways, been created to fight back against Iranian influence in the region, and they are much more aligned with Western goals by way of Saudi Arabia than with Iranian goals in the region, okay? And no, it's not in Iran, it's Pakistan. That's where they came from. What the is this guy talking about?
Works with Sunni terrorists around the world. And if we don't get that enriched uranium, and they want to get back at us for what we've done, the easiest way to do it would be to give it to Al-Qaeda and let them use it for a dirty bomb. So we have got to get what Donald Trump correctly calls the nuclear dust before this operation is done.
Abbottabad, right next to the military academy. Yeah. I mean, this is like not even a good argument, I'll be honest. It's just not a very good or a very convincing argument. Like, they're not even doing the don't let the smoking gun turn into a mushroom cloud. Clearly, prior admins that were also major war criminals, like specifically I'm thinking of the George W. Bush neocons, were at least more competent than this administration. So this actually does present a unique opportunity for anti-war people like ourselves to make a much more convincing argument that these guys don't know what's going on, okay? I think it was a lot more difficult back in the day with the competent neocons in charge that were doing full spectrum coverage on why we have to, invade Iraq, why we have to invade Afghanistan. They did a much better job of convincing the population. The competent neocons, no, I mean, they were. What's really funny about this kind of stuff, I'm seeing this, like, where they go, oh, dude, let's not do nation building. Let's not do regime change. The idea that the neocons had any sort of real investment in like liberalizing Iraq is idiotic. That was marketing, you idiot. That was marketing. They didn't actually care about bringing democracy to Iraq. That's why it's so funny when they're like, no, we should just do not woke stuff because like nation building is woke. Yeah, really. Donald Rumsfeld, Mr. Woke. They're so stupid that they, I guess, genuinely believe that the neocons had any investment whatsoever in nation building and democratizing Iraq. No, they didn't, you idiot. That was just marketing. It turns out the reason for that marketing and why that marketing existed was so that they could sell this idea to dumb liberal Americans who ate that bait completely. Now that Trump is not even doing that, where he's doing away with all that because they consider it to be woke, and this is the anti-woke warrior ethos, many Americans are not even being convinced on why this is appropriate and why we should do it. It's fantastic.
And by the day, the Israelis are about to go even further. The country's prime minister says there's more to do by expanding their occupation of southern Lebanon. It's a message of strength that concedes a major weakness. Hezbollah has increased its attacks on the Israeli military.
In Lebanon, I have now instructed to further expand the existing security strip in order to finally thwart the threat of invasion.
But this is not the only place where Benjamin Netanyahu is waging war. Israeli and American planes have subjected the capital of Iran to waves of bombing. 701 strikes were recorded over 24 hours, according to one
Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you for the 50 gifted.
Human rights group. The majority concentrated in and around Tehran. The Red Crescent Society says residential areas were hit overnight, and we see their personnel and search dogs moving through the rubble, searching for survivors and counting the dead. The Iranian Health Ministry says more than 1,900 people have died. On the target list, a well-known public university in Tehran. These images have been verified by Sky, with pictures of the damage posted by an academic the following day. Only last month, this campus was alive with students, she wrote. In response, Iran has threatened to hit US universities located in the Middle East. And Iran has been firing missiles into Israel at a steady pace. The majority intercepted by Israeli defenses, but not all. This impact in southern Israel filmed from neighboring Jordan. And residents in this community near Jerusalem were fortunate when a long-range missile narrowly missed their homes. 7 suffered light injuries. In Pakistan, talks about peace have begun with representatives of Egypt, Turkey and Saudi Arabia in attendance. But there's little sign that American and Iranian officials are planning to attend. Instead, the US is bringing in more troops with the arrival of 2,500 Marines and ships equipped for amphibious assault.
Remember what I told you after day one, where they blew up a school, blew up a facility where people were children were playing volleyball, which I said was most likely a quote unquote accident that they didn't give a shit enough about. But clearly their targets were primarily Basij and IRGC. When they realized that the Iranian people would not actually rise up, that they would start hitting civilian targets even more aggressively. At this point, they are doing that, right? I mean, Israel very quickly started doing that. They hit the oil refineries near Tehran and engaged in chemical warfare. But when they recognized that the Iranian people were not actually going to fight back against their government in the way that the Israeli government claimed it would happen, even though the American intelligence said that most likely wasn't going to happen if you bombed Iran. Okay. They were going to start punishing every single person that they could, every single member of Iranian civil society, and they're precisely doing that. Yeah, This trajectory is now unmistakable. As Iran maintains its ability to fire back, the U.S.-Israeli target set is widening from military sites to universities, factories, and residential areas. This shift is arguably driven by difficulty of decisively degrading Iran's military capabilities. What prevents Iran from doing the same? Iran will do the same. Iran is doing the same right now. If they have a facility that's hit, they hit back in the same way to Israel as well. And ironically enough, for those of us who have been paying close attention, monitoring the situation, you have noticed probably Israeli reports coming out about how effective Iran is at now consistently penetrating the Israeli security, the Israeli anti-defense systems. They now have a 54% strike rate. It's unbelievable. Yesterday, Iran lobbed 14 missiles at Israel. 7 of them, or I think, more than 7 of them went through, okay? They hit targets. Danny Citrinowicz, the Atlanticist, who has to eat his words as he, this is like one of those things that guys like Danny were agitating for their entire careers, and now that it's unfolding in spectacular fashion and blowing up in their faces, he has to offer sober analysis and make it seem like he's not on board with this. Says, the escalation is already here. Strikes on steel plants and universities on one side, and Iran's response, including damage to desalination facilities in Kuwait on the other, make clear that the current trajectory is unsustainable. Absent an end to the war, and given Israel's apparent intent to deepen its campaign against Iran, further escalation is only a matter of time. Maintaining the current status quo will be increasingly difficult, especially as the Houthis signaled their willingness to expand the conflict in response to intensified activity against Iran. And this is all before even considering the possibility of U.S. ground involvement. Surely Israel can't tank 50+% hit rates for long? Yeah, of course not. No one can. No country can tank it. No country can tank it, let alone Israel, who has famously been preserved as a consequence of unlimited American support. Israel has been preserved from receiving backlash. Israel has been spared due to billions of dollars of defenses that they get from the United States of America. Now that Israel is no longer spared and civilians are experiencing the tolls, guess what? When Israelis want to wrap up a military campaign, it's almost always theoretical only at a bit like so-called non-Zionist Jews who continue to enable. No. This is unironically a major difference. It shifted away from, this is a major pole shift. I don't think we should be undermining this major pole shift. It's huge. It went from 85% who thought we can just bunker up and withstand these strikes with minor casualties to now 29% to 60%. They are now seeing the consequences for the first time ever. I promise you, they went from 85%, 90% on some polls of Jewish Israelis specifically, to now 60% of Jewish Israelis wanting to continue this war. That's a huge difference. And I say Jewish Israelis because it's a demographic designation, a demographic distinction that the fascist Israeli state applies. In Israel, it's Jewish and Arab, right? Even though there are Arab Jews, they are bracketed as Jewish. Arab just means non-Jews, including like Armenians are considered in the Arab category in their demographic polls, even though Armenians are not Arab. This is unique. This is why we have always said that not only is the Iron Dome support fungible, right? But on top of that, Iron Dome affords regular Israelis unlimited protection from the consequences of their violent militarism in the region, and therefore allows the Israeli government to continue agitating, continue destabilizing the entire neighborhood, continue blowing up places, because they know full and well that there is no enemy up until now that can seriously punish and seriously penetrate the Israeli Iron Dome, the Arrow systems, significantly deteriorate their defense capabilities, and actually make the regular Israeli society suffer and experience retaliation. That's changing, okay? That's changing. This is a huge change. This is part of the reason why I make no distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. Now, of course, we didn't stop, offering Israel defense. We greatly increased our defense, but Iran has destroyed their defenses. And here we are.
Join some 50,000 American personnel already in the region. The Pentagon reportedly planning for ground operations, although the decision to use them rests with President Trump. In a fiery verbal barrage, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, Mohammad Bagher Khalibaf, said they are awaiting the arrival of the Americans in order to set them on fire. The message later restated on national television. President Trump is unbalanced and deceitful. One moment he speaks of negotiations. Shortly afterwards, he's managing the war. It's clear that Iran retains the capability to retaliate, despite claims made both by the Israelis and the Americans that they've degraded and largely destroyed the regime's ability to fight.
Yep. What happened?
A large fire is now burning in an industrial zone in central Israel from another missile that has avoided this country's defensive shield. It's a reminder that a peaceful settlement, or even talks about peace, look decidedly elusive. John Sparks, Sky News in Jerusalem.
Now to the war in Iran, as President Trump considers sending ground troops into the country. More than 2,000 U.S. Marines have now arrived in the region. You can see some of them in these images released by the Pentagon. And over the weekend, President Trump told the Financial Times his preference would be to, quote, take the oil from Iran. Weijia Jiang is at the White House to break it down for us. Hey, Weijia.
Matt, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. Clearly, President Trump is not ruling this out, even though from the very first strike on Iran, the White House has always said he wants to keep his options open. It was just 2 weeks ago that he said he was not putting troops anywhere. This morning, that's clearly not the case.
With Marines in the Army's 82nd Airborne Division amassing in the Middle East, President Trump on Air Force One wouldn't say if troops will head into Iran.
Are you considering still putting boots on the ground, and would you do that without going to Congress?
I just have lots of alternatives. Earlier, the president said to the Financial Times he may send troops to seize Iran's oil export hub, Karg Island, to take the oil. But he acknowledged that would also mean we had to be there for a while. And the White House did not deny a Washington Post report that the Department of Defense is preparing for weeks of ground operations, saying it's the job of the Pentagon to make preparations. It does not mean the president has made a decision. Democrats and a growing number of Republicans in Congress are voicing concerns.
We cannot have American troops on the ground in Iran. This is going to be such a risky operation.
We don't want troops on the ground. I think that's a line for a lot of people.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise wouldn't say whether the president should consult Congress before making a decision.
There are no boots on the ground today, but we're having a lot of conversations about what could happen next.
Trump's top negotiator, Steve Witkoff, says a show of force is necessary to achieve peace.
Without pressure, you never get anybody to the table. And in this case, we're employing a lot of strength. We have a big fleet there, and yet we're prepared to solve it with a diplomatic solution.
Last night, President Trump said the U.S. is doing extremely well with negotiations, but added you never know with Iran because even when making a deal, quote, we always have to blow them up. Meanwhile, the war continues to take a toll on the U.S. economy. Gas prices remain high, about $1 more than just a month ago. Matt.
Thanks, Weijia. We appreciate it.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning. Let's talk about the president's comments overnight, talking about taking the oil on Karg Island. How would he do this? Why would he do this? Won't it take ground troops?
Well, first of all, it's important to remember the objectives of this operation from the very beginning. We are destroying Iran's navy. We are destroying their ability to their missile launchers by a significant percentage. We're going to wipe out their defense industrial base, meaning their ability to make new missiles and new drones in the future, because it poses a great threat to the region. This Iran that you're seeing now, this is Iran at its weakest point. Imagine them 2 years from now if they had thousands of more missiles, thousands of more missile launchers and factories to make even more. That was an unacceptable risk. It needed to be addressed, and President Trump is addressing it. Now, they are making threats about controlling the Hormuz Straits in perpetuity, creating a tolling system and the like. That's not going to be allowed to happen. And the president has a number of options available to him if he so chooses to prevent that from happening. Obviously, I'm not going to discuss what those options are, and we're not going to discuss military tactics. The Department of War would be in charge of those things. I'd refer you to them, but obviously they're not going to discuss it with you either. But there is a way forward here to achieve our objectives. We are going to achieve our objectives in a matter of weeks, not months.
Well, but let's talk about taking the oil, because the president laid out that objective last night. And taking the oil will take ground troops, won't it?
Well, again, the Iranians are threatening that they're going to set up some permanent system in the Straits of Hormuz where they get to decide who goes through international waterways. That will never be allowed to happen. By the way, the rest of the world should take note of that. They have more at stake there than we do. We get very little of our energy in this country coming through the Straits of Hormuz. The rest of the world gets a lot more. That said, the president has several options at his disposal, and the Department of War is preparing optionality.
I think it's really funny that they keep repeatedly saying over and over again, yeah, I know we up the Strait of Hormuz, but like it doesn't even impact us. It's like, yeah, dumbass, everybody else understands that. First of all, it doesn't impact, it still does have an impact because it has an impact on the global oil prices. So it does impact people at the pump, as it has been. But even outside of that, you're basically telling the rest of the world, yeah, we up the Strait of Hormuz and we're not even suffering the consequences. How do you think that's going to read for a global hegemon? It's pure cope to think that like other countries are not aware that, American supply is not being disrupted in the same way that like, Thailand is, in the same way that the Philippines are. But what you're failing to consider when you say shit like this is that you're telling all your vassals around China that you have developed through soft power initiatives, a long-standing security cooperation, that you don't give a f about them. And sure, most likely the leadership that were in line with these American security cooperative agreements were aware that you don't give a fuck about them. But now you're making it undeniable to the populations. What kind of resentment do you think that will create? This is why I kept repeatedly saying, in the absence of soft power, 800 military bases turn into 800 different military invasions. And no country has the capacity to fight 800 different wars all around the world at the same time. It turns out America doesn't even have the capacity to fight against Iran and protect its regional partners. We've found out the hard way. We're learning that lesson. Well, I guess these guys are just denying that lesson even exists, but at least like sober analysis requires you to come to terms with that lesson. Iran carried out a deception in the skies over Dubai, costing the United Arab Emirates around $100 million. Iran allegedly launched missiles equipped with flare decoys, prompting air defenses in Dubai to fire hundreds of interceptor missiles unnecessarily. I don't know if this is like Chinese or whatever. I don't know if this is more evidence of Chinese technology at work. I don't know why Ryan is saying that, but again, let's keep monitoring the situation.
For the president, for this and various other contingencies that might arise. That's what always needs to happen in situations like this. But what I want the American people and the people watching this broadcast to know is that fundamentally what this is about is the destruction of their Air Force, which has been largely achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which has been largely achieved, the destruction of their factories that they make all these weapons with, which is we're well on our way to achieving, and a substantial reduction in the number of missile launchers that they have so that they cannot continue to threaten their neighbors in the future. All of those objectives are being met on or ahead of schedule, and should be able to achieve in a matter of weeks.
As you're speaking, though, the president is expanding the objectives. Just a couple minutes ago, he put out a post on Truth Social saying that we're in discussions now with a new and more reasonable regime in Iran, but he also added that if those discussions don't yield fruit, the United States will blow up and completely obliterate all of their electric generating plants, all their oil wells, and Karg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposely not yet touched, is what he said. That's a great expansion of the objectives.
Well, I think the first point the president makes is he prefers diplomacy. As I said, those efforts are nascent. There is messages being relayed back and forth, some conversations going on, including through intermediaries, and he always prefers that. Look, if the Iranian regime had come forward at any point in the past and said, we're going to walk away from our nuclear ambitions, we're going to do nuclear energy the way every other country in the world, primarily, almost every other country in the world does it, and that is through a peaceful means. And
they did! Okay, George, come on. Please, bare minimum, basic journalistic function here. Please, please. You will be a legend. I don't know. I'm not assuming he's not going to do that. But goddamn, if he doesn't do that, he is literally the worst. Oh my God.
Bring in the fuel and it's supervised and so forth. We're going to stop supporting terrorist groups across the region. Look at this region. Every single terrorist group in this region.
No, you have to stop him. You have to stop him. No, you have to go. They did do that twice. And we engaged in perfidy twice. Okay, please. Actually, as a matter of fact, not only did they do that twice, technically you could say that there was success. It was called the JCPOA. Barack Obama advanced it. Iran followed through on it. It was a multilateral commitment, including China and Russia. And Trump ruined it the first time around.
Has a link to the Iranian regime. Every single one. The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Shia militias that are attacking everyone out of Iraq. Every single one of these groups and all the destabilization in this region tracks directly back to the Iranian regime. Those things have to be addressed. And if Iran had been willing to address those in the past, we wouldn't be having this interview on this topic right now. Their refusal to do so and their continuing move towards one day acquiring a nuclear capability, these people are lunatics. They are insane. They are religious zealots who can
nothing? We're just going to let him chirp?
Never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon because they have an apocalyptic vision.
Bro, this is not journalism. You're no longer even a stenographer at that point. You're just an organ of propaganda. You're literally just like allowing him with zero pushback whatsoever. You're not even editorializing it in your own way.
The future, and all of their neighbors know that, by the way, which is why all of their neighbors have been supportive of the efforts we're conducting.
You call them lunatics, but the president just had this post where he says we're in discussions with a new and more reasonable regime. Let me try to pin you down on that. Who is this new and more reasonable regime? Is the United States in?
That's your takeaway? You're not even going to address what he said. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, this is the type of, first of all, this is Good Morning America. It's ABC. It's not even CBS. But like, dude, this is, you're doing a disservice to your audience. Like, you are straight up doing a disservice to your audience. You're doing a disservice to the profession in general. You can't let him sling all that. You're not gonna actually hold him to account. That would look really good for George, by the way. That's what's so crazy about it, because like, this is beneficial for George. George cutting Marco Rubio in that moment and saying, hey, I have to stop you there. You said these guys didn't want to deal with the United States of America and denuclearization. This is actually contradicted by the information presented by numerous mediators that were involved in the denuclearization talks last time around, including a British official, including the foreign minister of Oman, who wrote a piece and actually went on NBC's Sunday shows to basically say that Iran was abiding by maximalist denuclearization arguments that America was presenting. Rubio would say they're lying because terrorists lie. Hey, notice how I didn't bring up Iran here? I said British envoys, British mediators, Omani mediators. The reason why I brought that up is because there is a way to counter this narrative. This is another one of the things that's like been endlessly frustrating for me, is like the crowning accomplishment. Obama loves his legacy. Right? He loves defending his legacy. That's why he brings up the ACA all the time. Obama's signature accomplishment in terms of foreign policy was both the Cuba deal and Iran, the JCPOA. He accomplished that, and that was actually a spectacular move in the right direction. And if I was in his shoes, I'd be nonstop defending that shit. I'd be like, look how much Donald Trump things up. It doesn't make any sense.
Direct contact with them.
Well, I'm not going to disclose to you who those people are because it probably would get them in trouble with some other groups of people inside of Iran. Look, there's some fractures going on there internally. And at the end of the day, I think that if there are people in Iran who now, given everything that's happened, are willing to move in a different direction for their country, that would be great. Imagine in Iran that instead of spending their wealth, billions of dollars supporting terrorists or weapons, had spent that money helping the people of Iran, you'd have a much different country. So we are always hopeful that that would exist over there. It's unfortunate. The people of Iran are incredible people. The people who lead them, this clerical regime, that is the problem. And if there are new people now in charge who have a more reasonable vision of the future, that would be good news for us, for them, for the entire world. But we also have to be prepared for the possibility, maybe even the probability, that that is not the case.
Well, but the president said they are.
We're,
is that the case or is it not? I'm just trying to get some clarity on that.
Well, what I mean is, yeah, so you have people over there that are saying some of the right things privately. Obviously, they're not going to put it out in press releases, and what they say to you or put out there for the world doesn't necessarily reflect what they're saying in our conversations. But at the end of the day, we have to see if these people end up being the ones.
Oh, you got secrets. You see, it kind of seems like we're destroying the entire globe's energy production and its entire agricultural output. But a lot of people are secretly super on board. The f- do you think someone in Thailand has to do with Iran? Why the f- would anybody in Thailand or anybody in the Philippines be like, oh, thank God, dude. Thank God you literally destroyed our entire energy exports or our entire energy imports by blowing up Iran alongside Israel. We love that. Thank you, sir. Like, American exceptionalism has obviously served the American population for a long time because it was uncontested. Like, American military might was uncontested. Now that it's being contested in spectacular display, these guys still keep running around with the same ass attitude, like the gonna do about it attitude. They designed a new world order. They said its might is right. And now, thinking that, you know, no one else was going to come across, no one else was going to come in and say, all right, bet, if might is right, if might makes right, we got might too. Right? You were just on CNN. Wait, really? If anything, Jake Tapper, you're going to have a segment on Jake Tapper this hour? Yeah, he's probably going to cook me. He's probably going to yell at me, which I think is going to backfire on him.
In charge, seeing if they're the ones that have the power to deliver. We're going to test it. We are hopeful that that's the case. There are clearly people there talking to us in ways that previous people in charge in Iran have not spoken to us in the past. Some of the things they're willing to do, some of the things they're saying they're willing to do. Obviously, they have to go do it. We're going to test that proposition very strongly because we always prefer to settle things through negotiation and diplomacy. But we also have to be prepared for the fact that that effort might fail, that we are dealing with a 47-year-old regime that still has a lot of people involved in it who aren't necessarily big fans of diplomacy or peace.
And if it fails, the war expands?
Dude, come on, George, you're literally directly related to a Palestinian. George, the f is wrong with you, man? George, there's one party that is not invested in diplomacy. It's the American government. What wrong with you? Why are you letting him get away with this lie? Up until this moment, okay, up until these last 30 days, Iran kept leaning into diplomacy over and over and over again. And what did it get in return for that? Bombs. It got bombed. What are we talking about? The idea that Iran was not invested in diplomacy, but America is so stupid. Who's he related to? George Stephanopoulos has like the, what is her name? It's like Sister something. I forget. She's like a very famous Palestinian woman. Tucker Carlson has interviewed her before. Sister Agapia. Yeah. Agapia Stephanopoulos. Doesn't she live in Palestine or something? Or I think it's not even his sister. I think it's his like relative by marriage or something. I don't know the full details, but like she lives in the West Bank. She's like a religious figure that lives in the West Bank. And Tucker Carlson has actually interviewed her quite a bit. Mother Agapia Stephanopoulos. Oh no, she's Greek by blood. She lives in the West Bank. Or used to live in the West Bank, and now she lives in New York.
What's that? I'm sorry?
If it fails, the war expands?
Well, the war is about this operation, okay, and that's what this is about very specific objectives. The president laid them out on the first night of the operation. I'll repeat them to you now because I hear a lot of talk about we don't know what the clear objectives are. Here they are. You should write them down. Number 1, the destruction of their Air Force. Number 2, the destruction of their Navy. Number 3, the severe diminishing of their missile.
Yeah, we watched this part where he just like starts flubbing. I've been eating this from both liberals and right-wing reactionary heads since October 8th, 2023. And that environment has shifted now. So I don't feel lonely at all. These guys can keep chirping and calling the manager over and over again. At the end of the day, the base of support is with us. Funniest part of this entire attack on Hassan Parker is it's cost him 0 losses, no subscriber declines on his 2 main platforms at all. These centers have absolutely 0 motion with regular people or voters. Yeah. Oh, Bernard, America's most famous and beloved Jewish politician in many respects. Hassan Parker is doing a very good job. This comment on TikTok you showed earlier is why I think the recent press blitz by third way types fail. What is this? This is the first time I'm hearing of him and I like him already. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, for most people, they just hate. Most people don't like Israel. And so when they see a lot of these like, pro-Israel outlets and pro-Israel politicians come after me super hard, it doesn't do what they think it should do, right? Instead of having a negative pressure on me, it has a positive pressure on me. It literally backfires spectacularly. And I don't think they recognize it, right? But it's over. The conversation is done. Like it's just so silly. I saw a Facebook post by Israel Times saying you were bad. The comments were 90% supportive on Facebook. Yeah, Israel has lost the public completely. So I welcome the hatred. I welcome the hatred because it's showing where people stand on this issue, right? It's showing to everyone where most people stand. Basically, yeah, they forced Effie Phillips to release a statement immediately after. I tweeted about this as well. Effie Phillips, Effie for Congress, New York 17. After my interview with her, immediately, like the Westchester Democrats wrote this statement on Facebook, which was really funny. It was just like straight up, piece by piece, like bullet points from Fox News Digital. Like they took Fox News article headlines and like slammed it into this thing. And they try to like create pressure, which I don't think is going to work, right? Like it's just so stupid. Anyway, and Effie responded with this. Response to the Democratic Party chair attacks. The Democratic establishment has long operated with an outdated mentality that alienates the very voters we need to win. The young, the politically disengaged, and those who prioritize human rights. By narrowing our tent and refusing to engage with platforms that reach young people, we are effectively surrendering our generation of voters to apathy or the far right. While I don't align with every word Hassan Piker has ever said, we must recognize the massive value of a platform that engages millions of young people in the democratic process. Unlike my opponents, Hassan Piker is not running for Congress. He's mobilizing a movement that demands our politics center human rights and favor diplomacy over the reflexive use of military force. As Democrats, our job is to build bridges, not burn them. We should be inviting young people into the process by building a coalition rooted in collective humanity. My mission is clear. I will always fight for universal human rights and Palestinian self-determination and stand firmly against anti-Semitism. We win when we grow the movement, not when we cut people out of it. And that's a great statement overall, right? Because like this was a question that Philip DeFranco asked me as well, right? Where they were like, he was basically like, well, what do you think about like politicians not like, defending your individual statements? And I'm like, I don't expect them to do that, right? Because like I shouldn't be a story at all. Like the argument should be, why is this a story? Like you're being ridiculous because it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What do you mean? I'm like a guy who has spent most of his career like advocating for workers' rights, advocating for labor, advocating for the humanity of people that oftentimes are forgotten, that we destroy, is somehow a bad person. Okay, what are we supposed to do? Call the cops? Alert the presses? We will Stop that. Why are you doing that? It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Foul Moi posted the Zeteo article. The campaign against Hassan Piker is about crushing the left. Donald Trump is leading a horrifying ethnic cleansing campaign, gutting the Constitution and trying to give himself king-like powers. He's leading an illegal and reckless war against Iran in partnership with Israel that is immiserating so many people here and abroad. Meanwhile, prominent Democrats ranging from elected members of Congress to 2026 Senate candidates to likely 2028 presidential hopefuls are spending their time condemning Hassan Piker, the left-wing streamer and influencer, as a part of a cancellation campaign spearheaded by Third Way, a centrist think tank. Third Way, which is funded by billionaires and corporate interests, has been quite open about its broader goal and ongoing campaign to marginalize the left. Even the Hasbroughs hypothetically cancel you / make you quit. The support for Israel isn't going to magically return. Yeah, that's my argument. That's what I keep repeating. Like, I am not. The reason why I have popularity is because I have a moral compass that I abide by, and my worldview, my advocacy has not changed, but at least people have arrived at my position. That's the reason why I'm popular. That's it. That's it. I have, I have not changed my value system. I've been advocating for the same exact things for a decade now, for a decade plus. Trying to marginalize me is not going to win the conversation at all, right? It's not going to help you. It's not going to convince people that, like, oh, Israel is good, actually, you know? I'm not this singular hypnotizer of the masses that cause people to hate Israel. Just as it wasn't like TikTok algorithms, you know what I mean? Why is Hassan Piker the center of American left discourse? Centrists think Hassan Piker is an easy scapegoat to tie their entire left to try to destroy any power gains by the left politically. They want to prevent more Zohar Mamdanis, and they think this is their path to do that. My God, you guys are so conspiracy brain. People don't the guy for good reason. It's not some coordinated attack. Every time there's a guy that says stuff like this, I click on their account. One, they've always blocked me ahead of time. And two, it's always a pro-Israel guy. Like, always. Every single time. I have yet to see someone who is like pro-Palestine. At most, like, I'll see people with like the Ukrainian flag and the Palestinian flag in their bio, right? Who say stuff like Hamas Hamas needs to be destroyed, like giving total defense to like Israel's genocide, while simultaneously saying like Palestinians have to be perfect victims, right? Like, it's always, at most, it'll be like that. At most, it'll be people like that. But outside of that, most of the time, it's just like people who are pro-Israel, like Israel first. Like, they just will not give up on their advocacy for Israel. It's so strange. I think the Democrats should embrace him and the likes of him and run Mamdani for president. I'll chip in. It's a great winning strategy. It's so funny the pro-Israel sites and organizations are warning anti-Zionist politicians about Piker. They think he's bad for the Dems. Wouldn't they want him to associate with their ideological enemies? It's almost like they know his influence can win elections. They're afraid. How much should be given to Hamas over the years? Is the anti-Semitic look at the decades-long conflict in its totality to understand how it's evolved? So apparently anti-Semite now means any critics of Israel. So we'll have to come up with a new word to describe bigots who don't like Jewish people. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Like, anyone who opposes Israel is a hero. Piker is absolutely not anti-Semitic, and it's one hell of a show of weakness to try to spin it as he is. McDonald's has existed longer than Israel. He's hot and opposes Israel. Hey, thanks. I've never heard of this guy before, but thanks to your article, I'm going to go check him out. Sounds like he's a good guy. Do you see what I mean? Do you understand? Because for a lot of people, they totally get where this is coming from, right? They've seen it. They've seen it a million times over in the last like 3 years, where they know that anyone who is a critic of Israel instantly gets yelled at and instantly gets smeared as a dangerous anti-Semite, a radical, and like they try to do it with like a multiple front. They try to do this from a perspective where they'll be like, he's a bad guy, just stay away from him. But like, everybody understands where it's coming from, right? Corporate and lobby-owned Democrats. This is on r/politics, by the way, which is crazy. Corporate and lobby-owned Democrats are going to have to wake up someday and have a brain. Also, tremendous downvotes from r/politics. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because this thread didn't go in the direction that they thought it would on Reddit. I came to those conclusions on my own, watching the party flounder and fail. Their base, your kids grew up. Wake up, get with the times. We are not sheep. No, but wait. Don't you know you're getting fed these takes by Fuentes Light? If you think that's the case, you've got your own Fuentes, maybe not like calling the shots for you. I was being sarcastic. Sorry, hard to tell on the internet, I know. Piker is close to, but not over the Nick Fuentes line, where going on his show itself is indefensible. These people must live in an alternative reality if they genuinely believe the nonsense they peddle. He talks about things and policies that pull Democrats away from corporate donors or interests. That's the only reason they want to. It's like shocking. It's shocking to see, like, dude, this article being written on October 10th, 2023 would have been inundated. This would have been on r/all. Every single person would be like, Hassan is a terrorist. We have to him. Like, times have changed dramatically. And this is kind of a broader reflection of like the attitude in America, right? That's what it is. Hassan is what the Democrats said they wanted after the 2024 election defeat. Albeit, which Democrats said they wanted this? Let's see the quotations of which mainstream Democrats said they wanted a hot topic communist who extols China and Cuba but lives in a mansion, dog to be surrogate, blah, 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 is like downvoted. Democrats wanted a Joe Rogan of their own after the election defeat. Hassan has been proclaimed as that several times in the search that followed. He himself doesn't think it fits him, but that's another matter. For the rest of your posts, I will just say, chill out. Now they're saying who said that? Which Democrats were seeking out a Joe Rogan of the left? I mean, it feels as though these guys will just like deny reality. They're just denying reality at this point, right? Like it comes with a healthy reality denial to be able to defend Israel at this point, right? When Israel is doing so much indefensible shit. So it does make sense that you would also carry on that delusional attitude into other aspects of your life as well. They're doing Twitter comment section strays, which does not fly on Reddit. Yeah. What's funny about all this is Hassan's politics are the same as they were back in 2019, 2020. All that changed is he got hotter. A dem strategist text. Hell yeah. So yeah, this barrage of hatred, this barrage of hatred in my direction has actually backfired, in my opinion. It has backfired spectacularly. Oh, Bernard, and what he had to say. Unc weighed in on the discourse. He was asked by Keith Edwards at the rally about Democrats' attempts, like centrist Democrats and corporate Democrats, and their attempts to separate from someone like myself in the movement that or a piece of the movement that I represent.
Senator Sanders, thank you so much for meeting with me. I think the lesson from 2024 was we're supposed to send Democrats anywhere and everywhere where they'll listen to us, and you will go to Joe Rogan. You'll talk to most people. I'm wondering what you think about this whole narrative around Hassan Piker and some Democrats just saying they're never going to go on his show.
Well, I've talked to Hassan, and I think he's doing in many respects a very good job. And the bottom line is that we have got to communicate with people. It's fine to talk to everybody you know in your neighborhood. People agree with you on everything. But I've been on Joe Rogan's show, as you understand.
You got a lot of heat for that.
Of course I did. And I disagree with Joe Rogan on this or that issue. But the last that I heard, you can disagree with me, right?
I
hope so. What America is supposed to be about.
Yeah.
Put the mic closer to him. He literally has a chest lapel. Chatter. Calm down.
But if you give me a civil discourse, we have an intelligent discussion, fine. Disagree with me on an issue or not. Period.
Senator Sanders, thank you.
It's that simple. We're not always going to agree on everything, but it's like ridiculous to engage in this kind of like quote mining and try to create like unnecessary tension when we all know what the real reason for that unnecessary tension actually is. And it's because I'm not a controllable entity. I don't care about the interests of the donors. And I'm reflective of the attitudes that a lot of people have in the base of the Democratic Party. And Democrats would rather kill themselves than actually and kill their careers and kill their movement, kill their party, than allow for a crumb of that demand to flow through into the communications of the party. They just don't. They hate their base. We're trying to change that. And it's so funny because like these guys for years and years would say Hassan doesn't care about elections. He doesn't care about the Democratic Party at all. And it's like, okay, now we have candidates, right? And we have had candidates for like the last decade that we're trying to prop up that are more reflective and more responsive to the needs of the base. And all of a sudden, they're freaking out. Why are they freaking out? I thought you didn't want me to. I thought you were saying, I thought that you were saying that we don't care about the elections. We don't care about the Democratic Party. Clearly, we do. We want something to change. It's so strange. I mean, it's expected, but it's just like so self-defeating, and they're not stopping. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't recognize that this is like not going to work out, right? It's just not going to work out. And it's not working out for them because even their maximalist goals here, their maximalist goals here are what? Their maximalist goals here are to disparage me to such a degree that, Democrats don't associate with me. Okay, who gives a shit? That's not going to stop my commentary. I'm still going to support candidates that I like. That are more responsive to the needs of the base. I'm still going to support candidates that are putting the working class first, candidates that are anti-Zionist, right? That's not going to change my advocacy at all. So who gives a shit? Okay. I don't appear alongside candidates because it boosts my profile. These guys don't understand that. Okay. I don't appear alongside candidates to boost my profile. I appear alongside candidates to boost their profile. And I think some of them maybe recognize this, but I think many of them don't. Many of them legitimately think, oh, you're getting like, you're getting positive coverage from the New York Times, and that's like legitimizing you and your worldview. It's unacceptable. It's like, I already have my own outlet. I already have my own, unlimited a tool to communicate with people uninterrupted for 8 hours a day. It just doesn't. It doesn't help. It doesn't work that way.
Jake Tapper is quadrupling down on his racist Zionism. I saw he was retweeting anti-Hassan stuff this morning. Yeah. And it appears like, maybe Tapper wants to move out of the late afternoon and move into a late night anchorship. There's a lot of things that people are doing right now to audition for the new owners of the
whole
the network.
podcast set that they've set up is completely to appeal to Barry Weiss.
Yes.
It's completely to appeal to her. It's so...
she's doing such a great job.
All of this
CBS.
is so embarrassing. All the stuff, too, around Hassan is so embarrassing because here's the thing. The idea that they can sort of drive a wedge between Hassan and Democratic lawmakers, no one cares. Yeah. No one cares. It is such a Pyrrhic victory. No one cares because the politicians that are interested in Hassan, they're going to continue to watch Hassan. They're going to continue to talk to Hassan. It is.
They also can't decide if Hassan is not impactful enough, which we're seeing some articles about how MSNBC really dwarfs his ratings, or if he's so terrifying that there needs to be this smear campaign against him. Pick which one. Is it a problem that the politicians go on his stream, or if your theory is right, it will discredit them. But the problem is that they know that that's not the case. So what McMorrow is doing by throwing Hassan under the bus is she doesn't want to go after her opponent directly because, and maybe accuse him of anti-Semitism because that's just a dog whistle for Islamophobia in some of these contexts. And two, she's auditioning for the Zionist donors that are growing tired of the losing campaign of Haley Stevens. So she's like, I'm open for business if you want to support me with some independent expenditures. And now she's calling for McMorrow 5 different debates. What do the internals say right now about Abdul al-Sayed? I hope that Stevens and McMorrow are cannibalizing one another. But I also saw that after this Hassan thing, Abdul al-Sayed's fundraising went up. So is Hassan a liability?
Well,
or
we know what it is.
Are you guys worried that it's the opposite?
Hassan is massively popular, and especially with people that the Democrats want to get to vote for them. And
also, I'm not massively popular because I'm I'm like some kind of special talent, right? I'm not a kingmaker, and I'm not massively popular because I offer something unique. The reason why I'm popular is because I have convictions, and for years and years, I have defended these convictions. And it turns out a lot of people, after a string of defeats, have started to recognize the same exact things that I've been talking about for a decade and a decade plus. That's it. So taking me out of the equation wouldn't even help change that resentment, right? That's it. That's why I say I am simply just a megaphone. I offer a voice to the voiceless. I offer a voice to people that are often unheard. That's my job.
I can't admit that's true because then what are they for? Money.
In Michigan, where we literally, it was so central to 2024 how that election was lost and it wasn't just Muslim and Arab people that were just.
See, that's the reason that Democrats think they could do this, because traditionally they relied on mainstream media gatekeeping and access trading to keep the left marginalized from the base. Unfortunately for them, everyone under the age of 50 is now on alternative media. You represent their loss of control. Chorus creators are the people that are trying to offer access and money in order to control social media. They hate that you are offering a real left alternative directly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is. They set up, I don't even think the chorus creators necessarily are anti-Abdul either. But I think at the end of the day, they are a little bit more controllable as a group, because no chorus creator is going to come out and be like, yeah, I'm not voting for Gavin Newsom. You know what I mean? They're just not going to do that, right? There's certain lines that they won't cross, and therefore they can still, they can still be considered like a controllable entity. Like, I'm not agnostic to every Democratic candidate. There are Democrats that I am opposing. I will say it openly, right? If you're a pro-Israel Democrat, I oppose you. I will work to try to unseat you. I don't think chorus creators are going to do that aggressively or even openly. Like, they'll offer a platform to people that are doing that, but they're not going to like actively put their weight behind like Oliver Larkin, for example. Right? That's the type of shit that's not going to happen. And they're agnostic to, I guess, like in the McMorrow Abdul El Sayed race, like they'll talk to both of these candidates. They from their perspective, it just like doesn't mean too much of a difference. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to us. But from the perspective of like Media Matters, for example, like it's just not that significant of a difference as long as it's a Democrat. You feel me?
Disgusted by the genocide in Gaza, but it is a very acute example with a large Arab and Muslim population in Michigan as to where this could actually be a direct liability as well.
It is. I don't know. I guess just from my own perspective, just watching the same moves, it's like watching, like if you were to take a basketball, you could take Bob Cousy and put him on the court now. Yeah. All of a sudden it's like, wait a second, no, the game is completely different now. Like
Y.A. Tittle should not be out there with Lamar Jackson.
It's just so. For me, from my perspective, it is so encouraging to just see like how off-footed they are.
Yes,
like they have.
But we're not the audience, and voters, I don't think, are the audience. I think it's donors.
Well, that's right. But the point is, it used to be the audience. Like this used to resonate with voters, and now what you're watching is like this is the bare knuckle, hopefully last grasp of these people, where like they can no longer use popular opinion to influence the donors and keep that money coming. They're actually just having to sort of like bypass, and their sales pitch is getting to a narrower and narrower audience. One that at the end,
bro, you lost literally no one on any of your platforms. It's just elite signaling to other elites. They have no motion. I would go so far as say it's a backfire, right? Abdul El Sayed has been able to reach the top 5 in fundraisers past week as this like media cycle started kicking into high gear. And not only that, but a lot of people who don't know who the I am, probably for the first time ever, heard my name and were like, let me look into this guy, right? Let me look into this guy. And there's a version of that, obviously. Where is it? That I was going to show you. Here's the one thing that I was going to show you. I mean, it's so totally ridiculous. Like, look at this. Hassan Piker Mirage, when social media extremism meets political reality. Out of bounds. Ted Deutsch compares Hassan Piker to Nick Fuentes, says Dem should shun him. McMorrow slams El Sayed for campaigning with Hassan Piker, compares Piker to Nick Fuentes. Hassan Piker becomes flashpoint in Democratic infighting. Elisa Slotkin, Haley Stevens criticize El Sayed over rallies with Hassan Piker. Representative Brad Schneider, new Dems chair, urges Democrats to disavow Hassan Piker. Dem divide on Hassan Piker ties. Third Way calls out Abdul El Sayed's embrace of Hassan Piker. And it's like, this is just since March 24th, man. In the last 6 days. Like, you're out of your dang mind for writing this. You come across like you're hysterical. You come across like you're defending the indefensible. Okay? People don't look at this and go, wow, this Hassan Piker guy sure sucks ass. They go, wait a minute, why are all these pro-Israel institutions actively coming after this person? And that doesn't end up causing people to think, oh, I hate this guy, I'm going to shy away from this guy. That ends up causing people to go, wait, I don't like this guy. This guy rocks. I didn't know about this guy at all.
Everybody watch what's going to start happening. It's already happening. If you don't know who he is, and some of you don't, this is Hassan Piker. And he is unabashedly anti-corruption. And he's on the left, except the left hates him. The Democratic establishment, the centrists, absolutely hate him because he calls out the corruption from the Democratic Party as much as he calls out the corruption from the Republican Party. And he's gaining and he's so popular with young men. He's the blue pill pipeline that the Democrats need to pull in young, vulnerable men so they don't get caught up and swallowed up by the red pill content. I mean, it's already bad enough that you had Charlie Kirk, and then you got Ben Shapiro, and you've got Nick Fuentes, and the list goes on. And we don't have hardly anybody on the left, but we do have him, and he's killing it. He's killing it. And a lot of people on the left don't like him because he speaks to his base, which are primarily young men. So whatever. If you listen to what he has to say, point by point by point, what is wrong with this country, why both parties are corrupt, how they're corrupt, and what kind of economic and social programs and platforms we need to fix this country. If you're a Democrat, you're going to agree with him on every single point, unless you are a Zist. Then you're going to hate him.
Zist.
Okay? But I'm giving you this warning.
She's nailed it. She's nailing it.
Warning right now, because he is being viciously attacked. Why? He's getting plugged in electorally. He's endorsing progressives who are running. He is doing travel circuits with people like Bernie Sanders, energizing people to get out and vote for progressives and to vote for candidates who are going to give you affordable health care and not send our tax dollars to other countries that start with an I. And you know who's attacking him? The Democratic establishment. That multi-million-dollar pool of privileged millionaires who consult with all the centrist Democratic candidates and politicians to telling them to feed us, whisper sweet nothings to us so that once we elect them, we get nothing from them. They are out and they are attacking him. So I'm just giving you the heads up. This is Hassan Piker. You're going to be seeing a lot more of him, and you might be confused because of what you're hearing. But question the source, do your own research, listen to him before you fall for the propaganda designed to destroy progressives.
God damn. Let's go. I like anyone who calls out both sides. Democratic Party isn't the left. I actually like the idea of calling out both parties. No one is above criticism. If Bernie likes them, I like them. Dems after the election, we need a left-wing Joe Rogan, Hassan Piker exists. Dems, fuck that guy in particular. Yeah, there's also the obvious inconsistencies that we've seen. There's also the Islamophobia that we've seen. But there's the clear-cut inconsistency, which is, of course, even the very same people. Look, this person said, if there's one thing Democratic women love, it's being referred to as a lot of Barbs and Deborahs. Yeah, I'm saying that, like, Barbaras and Deborahs that have no idea who I am have the same exact resentment. Okay, that's it. It's so crazy. Always have to go back to this. You were the only one competing versus the right. Yeah, like there's a reason. There's a reason why I was the only person on this list, and these guys are botted anyway. But I was the only person on this list who's not a right-wing shithead, dude. Dan Bongino, Steven Crowder, totally fake. It's Rumble, but it doesn't matter, right? Regardless, I'm at third slot by myself. And what were the centrist pro-Israel Democrats doing leading up to the election night? This is when I got blacklisted too. And in spite of getting blacklisted by Twitch because of all that pressure on election night, I still had 314,000 live concurrent viewers. Okay? Patrick Bet-David, Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, Asmongold, Charlie Kirk again. I don't know why he's Charlie Kirk twice. Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool. Do you understand? These guys should be thanking their lucky stars that I'm an endlessly stubborn motherfucker who's just not gonna, who's just gonna keep fighting for the things that I believe in an uncompromising manner, right? Like I eat it from all of these other on this lineup, right? All of these other reactionary right-wing dickheads on this lineup on a daily basis. And then I just have to sit there and eat it from the Democrats too. I just have to sit there and get a barrage of hate from centrist right-wing Democrats. Yeah, I mean, who wants an end to the foreign wars of universal hooker? Nobody. If there's anybody that deserves to be crushed, it's the Hassan Piker left, Kathy Young says. American flag, Ukraine flag, Israel flag in the bio. These guys don't have a real constituency, okay? But yeah, a lot of people have reached out. A lot of people have reached out to be like, dude, do you feel all right? Like, people are really on your ass. Do you feel okay? Do you feel okay? I'm like, yeah, of course I feel okay. You want to know why? Because I've been eating this from both liberals and right-wing reactionary since October 8th, 2023. But back then, the overwhelming majority of Americans were either completely oblivious to the conditions on the ground for Palestinians, or they were super pro-Israel. And that environment has shifted now. So I don't feel lonely at all. These guys can keep chirping and calling the manager over and over again. But at the end of the day, the majority, the base of support is with us. We represent the moral center. So it doesn't matter.
It is truly mind-boggling how dumb these people are. Like, they're in the wealthiest country on the planet. They got internet everywhere. They have access to so much information, but they have a medieval peasant-style understanding of the world. How does that happen? How do you behave like this?
This is not a war. This is not an award. Oh my God, I absolutely support the President of the United States of America.
I'm at CPAC in Dallas. It's the biggest conservative conference in...
Finally, dude. Some real goddamn American patriots, bro. Hell yeah. I saw Harry Sasson over there. I almost lost my mind, you know? How dare you show me Harry Sasson? I need to see 10 patriots. We haven't even done enough CPAC because, like, bro, CPAC this year has been less motion than even the years prior. Trump didn't even attend it. No Tucker Carlson. None of the major MAGA heads. Just pure freak show. Like, it's literally the Michael Pillow Coalition.
The country, and lots of people here are talking about the war in Iran. Trump is not speaking at this event this year, but in the past when he has spoken here, he's talked a lot about not starting new wars.
When it comes to Iran, how do you feel about that?
I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. I mean, President Trump ran on no new wars. I feel like we've been opted into a war that shouldn't be ours. It should be Israel's.
We want to say, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for helping Iranian people.
What do you think of the war with Iran at the moment?
Unfortunately, I think it's necessary.
You do?
Yes, and he's the only president that had the backbone to take it on.
Do you believe that Israel forced the U.S. into this war?
Absolutely not.
Bro, Brace was saying that every corner there is a Persian yelling about Mr. President Trump. Thank you. Literally in every corner of CPAC, it was just like occupied. It was POG, Persian occupied government.
Donald Trump does what Donald Trump wants to do.
I don't think Trump is really controlled by anybody, as much as everyone would like to control him. But I do question some of the things when it comes to, are we just going to bend over everything for Israel, you know?
What do you say to some Republican people who say, well, this is Israel's war, it shouldn't be America's war?
Dude, by the way, I low-key get why Israel doesn't give a about anti-Semites. And not even on some like, oh, it scares Jewish people into like moving to Israel. Like, they are like right-wing anti-Semites who claim to be anti-Israel are such that, like, you hear the guy, like, in his voice, he wants to say, like, control this country. Why would you do this to me, Mr. President? That's his mentality, but he can't even identify it and, like, communicate it, right? Because he's a victim. So, yeah, when you look at that dynamic and you're like, well, we shouldn't really focus too much on, like, right-wing anti-Semitism because at the end of the day, they're still going to vote for Trump. Whereas on the left, if your primary focus is Israel, there's a real anger there.
That's not so. Israel is God's people. Those that bless Israel will be blessed. Those that curse Israel, they better watch out.
Do you feel disappointed in the president?
Sure.
Do you still support him?
I want him to succeed. I certainly do. I think it's to be determined on, you know, if I can remain to support him. We'll see how the next 6 months go, and we'll see what happens.
Are you concerned?
The answer is yes, bro. What are you going to do? There is nothing more fake than a Trump hog being like, I don't know. We'll see. Like, shut up, bitch. You're going to vote for him. You're going to write his name in on elections in the future where his name is not even on the ballot. Shut up. Bro's acting like we don't know what his behavior is. Nothing funnier to me than a coping hog who's just like, well, I don't know. Okay, buddy. Sure. Trump could literally on your chest and you still love his ass. Don't know if I can vote for him again. What? Am I crazy for saying that? Everyone's like, huh? That's the level of worship that these people have.
And that this war drags on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We hear the phrase America first. Let's put America first. And I'm concerned that this isn't putting America first.
Is the United States waging a holy war in Iran?
This is a battle of good versus evil.
God is just exposing everything. I believe we are living in the end times.
Those are the views of some conservative Christians here in Oklahoma, one of America's reddest states. That message is being amplified at the highest level by Donald Trump's defense secretary.
God bless our troops and this mission.
It's causing alarm among those who worry about the growing influence of Christian nationalism on U.S. policy.
I don't think the lines have been blurred. I think they've been stomped on.
People are being told that they need to go risk their lives in order to accelerate Armageddon.
Conservative Christians have access to this White House like never before. A president who regularly hosts evangelical leaders, and a defense secretary who embraces a combative brand of Christianity.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle.
Pete Hegseth is now invoking divine purpose to justify American military might in Iran.
Dear gracious God, I need you.
A conflict which some view as a holy war. Is it spotlighting increasingly blurred lines between church and state?
Give me wisdom, I pray.
Pastor Jackson Lohmeyer!
In Tulsa, Oklahoma, the man who founded the organization Pastors for Trump is announcing his run for public office. From the pulpit where he preaches.
That Sharia law never takes root in this nation ever.
Jackson Lohmeyer supports the war and has spoken about his hope that the gospel will penetrate a free Iran. It's a message which resonates with his congregation.
I do believe it is almost an Armageddon, and that the fact that we do have to stand up for what's right and what we believe in, and they are some awful people over there.
How do you square off the loss of innocent lives?
You're a much better person, surely. You know what's really funny? These people unironically were like, well, they're a religious theocracy. Like, they're so backwards. Buddy, look around, you know? Like, these people, without even a moment of irony, will turn around and be like, well, they're a backwards country. They're like, they run Islamic style. You know what I mean? We can't have that. We can't have that Islamic style government. They must learn the gospel.
It's perfectly fine. As someone whose dad serves in the military, I can tell you that it's just a cost. And unfortunately, it's the sad reality, but they did the right thing. They stood up and they fought for their country, and we can honor that. And I know that they're sitting with the good Lord right now. And in his.
Wait, is he talking about the Iranians? Because no American soldier that has died in the last month has died serving, like, they haven't died defending their country. They died defending Israel. Hate to do this to you, buddy, but you're wrong.
It's great graces.
You should support Israel because God loves Israel. Israel is the apple of his eye, and that is in the Bible.
Is it a religious war?
Most definitely. Most definitely. Yes. God is just like exposing everything, using Trump, using other people in this time to expose the evil.
You believe Donald Trump is a conduit for God?
100% we do.
First times that Eric was here at the church. This was me and the president years ago.
In his office, Pastor Lohmeyer displays pictures with various members of the Trump family who have appeared at the church.
Bro, they're so stupid. It is truly mind-boggling how dumb these people are. Like, they're in the wealthiest country on the planet. They got internet everywhere. They have access to so much information, but they have a medieval peasant-style understanding of the world. How does that happen? Like, we are in a post-monarchy world, right? How do you behave like this? And for who? The Trump children? Like, it is remarkable that there is this much of a cult, like, understanding for anything. Like, I mean it. Like in this day and age, in the information age, it is quite remarkable that people can be this delusional and people can be this much in a cult. Fascinating.
Do you see this war in religious terms?
Well, obviously, to the Ayatollah, it was definitely religious terms. It's jihad. It is to bring about the apocalypse to usher in their Messiah.
You've spoken about the gospel penetrating a free Iran.
What
does that mean?
Well, that's not the job of the United States government. That's the job of pastors and preachers and evangelists when that door opens. And so a free Iran would open the door for ministries and preachers to go in and share the gospel.
At a different church on the other side of Tulsa, an opposing viewpoint.
Come on in.
Reverend Andy Campbell believes the Trump administration is weaponizing Christianity to sell this war to the public.
If I go to war and I claim that God is on my side, if you oppose me, then evidently I must be godless.
Gay. Sorry. How many photos with Eric Trump do you have, buddy? Yeah, I said it. I need to see the photo wall, man.
And I think that's the point of it.
So do you think Pete Hegseth is playing on that then?
Oh, absolutely. He wants to take people that he perceives as enemies and make them less than human.
They smoked me all the way.
Defence Secretary Hegseth is provoking controversy with his rhetoric and his tattoos. He has a large Jerusalem cross which dates back to the Christian Crusades and a Deus Vult tattoo, Latin for God wills it, often used by far-right groups.
One of God's mightiest men, our Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Hegseth has pushed policy changes that reflect his personal views. This is a new Christian worship service for employees at the Pentagon.
You are here, working in.
He's literally a alcoholic. It's always these like super pro God guys. Like, just cut it. Just cut it out. Just cut it out. Let's just not do this. You know what I mean? I think it's better for everybody involved if like the alcoholic guys don't just like pivot to God mode this way, because they're so annoying every time, dude. There is that very obvious underlying recognition, by the way, that like, sorry, if you're one of those guys, you're kind of the dumbest guy around, that even someone like Pete Hegseth could just like manipulate you, or someone like what's his face, the British one, the British freak that looked like Russell Brand, the one that looked like a before we found out he actually was one, you know? Don't worry, Christians. Muslims got this version too. Andrew Tate. Like, literally. And I'll be honest, he didn't even try that hard. And the Ummah was on fire. They could not believe it. Muslims love a white boy that reversed to Islam. It don't take much. Just say the Shahada and they will lose their minds. Every WhatsApp group is going to be on fire. Sorry, I shouldn't have said white. Western. He's 0% white. Okay. First of all, that's not true. He's half white. And secondly, I mean, I don't know why you got so aggressive about it. Like, you're almost like, okay, defender of the white race. I'm like, chill. Okay, you didn't, what? Us whites don't take ownership over Andrew? Is that what you're saying? Like, there aren't enough other like criminals that are white?
And some are alleging an increase in Christian extremism in the armed forces. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation says it's received more than 200 complaints from members of the military about commanders invoking biblical rhetoric to justify involvement in the war in Iran. Some of the more egregious examples here, this one from an active duty military member who alleges that their commander urged them to tell our troops that the war, is all part of God's divine plan. Apparently, they referenced citations out of the book of Revelation and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. Awesome. Another military member says this poster of Jesus...
What the hell? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ with the artillery launcher? Respect. That's real, man. I see that and I think tough. That's my Jesus. Nah, that's my Jesus, bro. Chill. Jesus, famously known for deploying mortars.
Firing a mortar round was displayed in their battalion headquarters. This congressman is calling for the allegations to be investigated by the Department of Defense.
These biblical prophecies are being offered up to justify the war. People are being told that they need to go risk their lives in order to accelerate Armageddon and live out these extreme interpretations of Scripture. The Secretary of Defense is making a concerted effort to God-wash this terrible war.
Glad you guys were here tonight.
Thank you.
Y'all be blessed.
As this pastor begins his campaign for Congress, he insists there is a place for Christianity in politics. But some believe the war in Iran is exposing an erosion of the separation between church and state. Martha Kellner, Sky News, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
If you lose what's important.
Yeah, only recently. We are such a freak-ass country. Yeah, Jesus demands we bomb 10-year-olds with stabilized oil. I mean, we so hard that we can't even stabilize oil. And now our goal is to just go back to day one. You know, before we killed the Ayatollah, before all those little schoolgirls. I have a good idea. It's called don't f around. Why did you do that to begin with? And now we did it because we're like, we have to do it. Israel demands it. Now we did it. Now we're trying to this situation.
Then we're going to lose the country. Fight on.
Former Trump strategist Steve Bannon addressed CPAC on Friday. It's the annual gathering of conservatives. We wanted to know, do conservatives who had so many concerns about the Epstein file have any reservations about Bannon, whose close personal friendship with Epstein was revealed by DOJ documents? Turns out many of them didn't.
A lot of people had friendships with Jeffrey Epstein, and I think
no one's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein comes close to Steve Bannon. Well, there's some, like Donald Trump, ironically enough. But I guess, from their perspective, they already love Donald Trump and don't give a shit that Donald Trump was all up Jeffrey Epstein's asshole. So why should they care? You know, they're like, okay, go ahead. Tell me another guy that I like that was having with Jeffrey Epstein. I like it.
A lot of people are a little crazy about it all. I mean, I think nobody really knows what the extent of those relationships were. I mean, he was wheeling and dealing with lots of people all over the world, and I think
a lot of people had close relationships with Jeffrey Epstein's brother in 2019.
Unless you know, you don't know. So I'm not one to jump to conclusions on anybody.
What do you make of him?
Yeah, they're throwing their hands up and like, I guess people aren't just allowed to have friends anymore. Wow. I guess people are not allowed to go to a tropical island and hang out with their buddies. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't have shared interests with friends. And then it's like, okay, what's the shared interest? Oh, children and them internationally. That's not, you can't do that, actually. It turns out that's super illegal. And as a matter of fact, that guy went to jail for it. Yeah, you can't, God forbid, a man have hobbies your way out of this one. Well, I guess they are. Doesn't matter. It's illegal to be friends with Jews now, is it? Yeah. I mean, that's like low-key. The ADL was like, hey, guys, stop calling it the Epstein Fury War because that's actually very anti-Semitic. Insane. Never seen anything like it. Unbelievable. What's next, bro? You going to do a Harvey Weinstein bit too? Much like Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, also Jewish. Please do not forget this. It's like, okay, what are you, Nick Fuentes? The ADL is literally doing Nick Fuentes. That is unironically what Nick Fuentes does.
Being here and invited to speak at CPAC, given how prominently his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was unearthed by the Epstein files.
I did not know that. You're telling me the first time. I've done my fair share of research, but I do.
He did the Trump. I did not know that. You're telling me for the first time. Ruth Bader Ginsburg has died.
I find that a little interesting and weird that he's able to speak here, being in the Epstein files.
I think he added a lot to the Republican and conservative.
Let's listen to this.
Been able to see or hear from any of the Iranian people. And I imagine that is because their internet is shut down. And I think there is some general worry about them. Obviously, their government treats them terribly and killed tens of thousands of them in January. Like Kayleigh, I would never ask you to tell us something that is classified, but do you have any insight as to how they are doing? Do they have drinking water? Do they have food?
Right, I do.
It's upsetting.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower when it was a brand new
It was
building?
a long time ago, yes.
Long time ago, and you haven't changed.
Oh.
You have not changed. Now, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but you may be even better looking, okay? So I don't know what you're doing.
Been able to see or hear from any of the Iranian people. And I imagine that is because...
Incredible work, man. Thank you, Mr. President.
You haven't changed.
Oh.
You have
He's horny this morning. Disturbing how horny he's been lately.
Thank
Wait, again?
everybody very much. And I'm asked to take a few questions. And unlike other politicians, they would like the questions screened. I don't ask for screening of the questions. You can ask me anything you want. You can talk sex. You can... Whatever the hell you want. I'm here for you.
Someone clapped. People clapped for that. I would never want to hear Donald Trump talk about sex. That's the last thing I want to hear him talk about. Yo, what is going on with my boy, dude? Donnie, is everything good, King? It's gross to see the president to begin with, including Bill Clinton. But it's also very strange to see this president be. What's happening? Laura Loomer, she's been in India. So I've been so pent up, you won't believe it. Hard as a diamond all the time. Laura Loomer, my free spirit, come back to me. Come back to me, Laura.
Thank everybody very much.
Party for the last 6 years or whatever. But I also believe that Bill Clinton was probably as close as Steve Bannon was to Epstein.
Clinton has denied any wrongdoing and mentioned the Epstein files is not indicative of wrongdoing. CNN reached out to Bannon but has not heard back, though he told the New York Times his relationship to Epstein was, quote, strictly professional.
As opposed to what? Having sex with him? It's strictly professional. It's just like, I didn't even enjoy it.
2028. Who do you prefer in the Republican primary? J.D. Vance at 53%, Marco Rubio at 35%. By the way, the interesting part about that is everybody else is about 2% or less.
Yep. And look, I think that CPAC has a strong tradition of letting these folks come here, make their pitch. That'll happen at all the events we have around America over the coming year.
Mashlab's a rapist, by the way.
Here, it's going to be a great conversation about how do we keep all of this rolling.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm super excited to be here and to be able to speak to you guys today. And I'm not here to speak on behalf of Republicans nor Democrats. I'm here to speak on behalf of we the people.
Hell yeah. They got Nick Lee. Oh my God. First time the crowd is actually listening to someone that they can fully grasp, like fully understand. No more adult words. Just stick to basics, you know? Oh, dude. He went for 10 minutes. A real... And then House members are dropping off the highest rate since the 30s. So far, 61 House members have decided not to run again, including 39 Republicans and 22 Democrats. The GOP exodus is the largest since the 1930s. Other than in Trump's first midterm of the year 2018, the GOP lost 40 seats that year. But this is ableist making him speak like this? Yeah.
I think nowadays we can all agree that we all just want to live the American dream and have the best life possible. However, it feels that sometimes, actually a lot of times, non-controversial issues are becoming controversial inside of America. For instance, if you take a look at the idea of deporting illegal migrants, that word is illegal. That should not be controversial. Or the idea that showing your ID to vote has become controversial.
What? That doesn't become controversial. That was a very contentious debate for years. And it's also not like, it's not a thing that exists everywhere. Only because Americans don't have like a unifying identity card or something like that. Like they don't have, like in other countries, everybody gets an ID, okay? Everybody gets an ID at birth. You get a driver's license on top of that if you get a driver's license to drive a car. But in most countries, you get a piece of paper that's your identity, okay? Like a federal ID. We don't have that. And that's why you can't have voter ID laws. in the absence of everybody having an ID for free, you can't really do voter ID laws.
That's not controversial either. The idea that fraud is bad has become controversial. How is that controversial? I know a little bit about fraud. I know a little bit about Minnesota daycares as well. And it's crazy to think that we live in...
I think it's really funny to like have to sit there. You're like a big booster of the Republican Party. You went to like Yale Law School, right? And you have to like just like sit there and have to listen to this idiot. And he's the closing speaker on the first day of CPAC. Like, this is the mega celebrity that they brought in. And you're just like, how do you not realize your movement is so dead? Like, this country is dead. You look around that room to your left and your right, and you see all these mouth-breathing hogs go, yeah, that's my Nick Shirley. I'll watch this video. Like we're done, dude. We're done. We are done. Every other country is going to lap us on education. They already have. They're lapping us on quality of life in general. Everything sucks. At least you made your money, but this is an outright hostile country, an uninhabitable country to live in. It's not a good country to live in at all anymore. You ruined it.
A world where somebody who exposes fraud can then be painted as the bad man from the politicians where he exposed the fraud. Shouldn't they be excited to know that the fraud is being exposed, because that's not a Republican dollar or a Democrat dollar, it's actually our dollars. I've never gotten a dollar bill that says right or red or blue or right or left. We all...
You don't... I mean, what can I say? What can I say to this? Like, you don't feel embarrassed? You don't feel bad about it at all? You don't think to yourself, like, this is my movement? What have I done to this country? This isn't a moment of recognition for you when you hear this shit? When you hear this absolute baboon, Babylon, and you don't realize that there's something so horrifying about the future of this country and your movement?
Live inside of the same country, and we should all want the best for our country. And when
there's so many rungs down on the ladder of advanced political discourse that we cannot even compare how to engage with it. I mean, he's like a child. He has the brain of a slow child, like not even like a particularly intelligent child. A very stupid child.
You see it, fraud inside of our country taking place at literally rampant levels. For instance, in Minnesota, there were programs like autism where you have 10,000% increases in the budget for autism. And this money then goes into the hands of fraudsters. How does somebody not look at that and say, there's a 10,000% increase in the budget for autism? Is there a 10,000% increase in autistic children inside of our neighborhoods? And if the answer is no, how are they justifying a 10,000%?
I thought it was the Tylenol
increase in the budget. And in other instances like California, where you have 1,000% increase in hospices. Is everyone going to die in LA? I don't think so. So the idea that here inside the United States, when we have these non-controversial issues that have become controversial, it puts us into a weird culture war where it puts people into a position to think, okay, well, wait, how are you supporting this when you're actually not benefiting we the people? We all live inside of the United States. We're not supposed to be, when elected officials elected, they're not supposed to represent 50% of the population. They're supposed to represent 100% of the population. In an instance where fraud is taking place inside our country, each and every single person should want to crack down on that fraud. Because if we don't...
Oh my God, it's so weird. Wild moment, CPAC audience member falls asleep as hundreds of seats left empty. The conference had hundreds of empty seats as the audience seemed in a sleepy mood. As the crowd cheered for impeachment hearings, an awkward moment. What the f***? Hassan, are we cooked? Yeah, I don't want to watch